And we're live and on the air. I'm Ed Dyer. This is the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. Joining me from the great state of Virginia. Hopefully, they're going to make it better.
One of the
going to make it better.
You and I are one of the first 13 states.
Oh man, Virginia's got such an incredible historic past. Man, you need some of them old-time leaders, is what you need.
Yeah, we're the birthplace of presidents.
Yeah. Well, what do we got on the agenda? And our friend Pamela Taylor, haven't heard from her. There was a little concern about cyclone weather coming to where she currently is at, but she's posted on Facebook that it doesn't look that way. But I haven't heard from her yet. She may join us later. What we're going to talk about, and I just saw this story in the New York Times, haven't even gone through it, mind-blowing. A trend towards operations in hospitals without anesthetics.
Whoa.
Just local painkillers. That's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Hoping Pamela would show up because there was a study showing that older mothers make better mothers, and I mean older, over 30. And she falls into that category, and she's doing, man, every time we see Chelsea, she's bouncing around. And so she's doing she's one of those better mothers. Interesting one about Origami Martian space explorers. Kind of neat, using the origami design where you fold it up and then open it up. What it really means is if they produce them, instead of having one rover, big rover, lots of scientific equipment, can do a lot of science, you want to explore, you get a whole bunch of rovers. And you can pack them in, and then when you need them, they just unfold, and they're good to go. They can't carry as much scientific instruments as like Curiosity, but they can explore all over the place. You can do a lot more exploring. I got a little conspiracy there. Neat little, it's a winged aircraft in space, but it's a secret, sort of, kind of. Good news out in California. The snowpack is looking real good. So they'll be getting more meltwater and be in much better shape.
Yeah, we didn't get any this year. No, it's
Yeah.
I'm glad for the West Coast because they've deserved it. We just had stuff. We had probably the hottest winter we've ever had on record. We've had maybe like 3 inches of snow, and all was on the grass, and that went away in a day.
I don't presume that Virginia relies on melt snow anyway. I presume they're going to be relying on regular rivers and stuff, although I don't know the source of your rivers.
I mean, we don't have glaciers, but the snow slowly refills the water table. Because it rains, it just runs off. Snow slowly trickles into the ground, and helps the farmers. The farmers really dig the snow, and it kills the bad bugs off.
That's true. Oh well, good news for Florida, not so good news for the Northeast. Although where I am, we've had enough precip that some areas are no longer in drought conditions. So Connecticut's getting better. We got some virtual batteries, and that means using devices, using the batteries in devices, and you got a whole bunch of devices, you can kind of link them together in what amounts to a virtual battery. Interesting possibilities. Our friend the testes. Apparently there's a chemical that the testes produce, has to do with the immune system. And if we don't understand it properly, because we don't understand it properly, it really can sabotage some of the cancer vaccines. Ginormous geoengineering study. I don't know about this geoengineering business. Putting up aerosols, right? Aerosol chemicals kind of coat over the earth, work as like sunglasses and sunshade. Not going to, if it won't be getting too hot. I don't know. A little bit about that. So let me jump into the first story. We've got a few others if we get to it. First one, and just a screen share. I don't know. going under the knife with your eyes wide open. There's their woman, Esther Voyano. And she's being operated on, and she can watch them doing the operation. Hopefully she doesn't hear the word oops. I don't know. In any event, is New York Times. The average, oops, that's not the one I want. Actually, I didn't print this out because I didn't have time to. So that's a picture of this Dr. Asif Ilyas or something like that. And he's a surgeon. He's operating on the woman's room, working on her arm, and she's watching it. And, really cool. That's pretty neat. Let's see, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. More surgery is being performed with the patient awake and looking on for both financial and medical reasons. But as surgical patients are electing to keep their eyes wide open, doctor-patient protocol has not kept pace with this new practice. And I guess so. You don't want to be in the operating room and you can see the doctor and he's cutting away and all of a sudden oops,
yeah.
You really don't
here. You really don't want to know what goes on in those operating rooms. As a guy that works in a hospital himself, there are good and there are bad things that happen in the operating room. It's just like any other workshop. If you really think about it, you got guys that, they do work, but then they goof around a little bit.
Yeah.
So, when your patient's out, you sit there and blabble on or do whatever, and, maybe that's not the most professional thing. Mm-hmm. So this is why it hasn't kept up. But at the same time, we've been finding out anesthetics is not good for the brain. So being under for that long has led to temporary amnesias and it goes on. It says the regional anesthesia has fewer complications. I was reading your.
It'll be in the show notes if you want to read the article. But that's what it comes down to. The most dangerous part of the operation can be when they put you under.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're the highest. They get the highest malpractice insurance for that reason. So if you can bypass that first step, you're making surgery safer, a lot safer.
And that way the patient can say, something's going on. I can't feel my left side now. What did you cut?
It depends on the patient. And for some patients, they have found that they're actually less anxious. I guess they get a better sense. They're watching and these guys people seem to know what they're doing. And actually they can be less anxious than, my idea was you knock me out, get it over with, and, then wake me up and everything is okay. But as you say, you got to take the theater out of the theater of operation. You can't be as much joking around. And also gives the patient, the patient maybe has a little advice. Patient can say, hey doc, I thought you're supposed to operate on my right knee, not my left one. No, there's gains everywhere. What do you think, Ulysses? You going to go for a eyes wide open operation?
Well, yeah, because you're taking out my. What are you doing? I have I'm doing a knee implant, not a liver transplant. So let's get this right, doc. See what are you up to? I'm overly exaggerating, of course, but I agree with you, Ed. I think that leads to less screw ups. And hey, doctor, why are you sewing your iPhone up in my abdomen? Let's work on this technique here.
I can absolutely see where it'll be safer because you're taking that first and dangerous step out of the operation itself, and you've got to be careful. You got to know the patient. When you're dealing with the patient, you got to have some understanding that they're not going to panic or freak out. From the patient's standpoint, it could be pretty interesting. I imagine someone like Pamela, who's been a nurse, maybe she's been in operations. She probably would think that's pretty cool. And I think there are a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, but there's a lot of people that just faint at the sight of their own blood. So, I mean, like you said, it depends on the patient.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big improvement in terms of the safety of the operation. It eliminates a cost. It'll make the operations cheaper. I don't know how much cheaper, but it will make them cheaper. So I would say it's a good trend. Myself, I'm not sure. Blood itself doesn't bother me. The only thing that bothers me is needles in my arm. Even needles on my shoulder don't bother me so much, but needles bother me. But the sight of blood doesn't bother me that much.
Well, that's good. That's good. Well, I mean, the upside is you're not anesthetizing the brain, and that's what's having problems. I mean, even for a couple hours, people have really bad reactions and memory loss, you know, after they recover. So anytime you don't anesthetize the brain is good.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to go on to the next story. And this is, it's really interesting design where some researchers are suggesting, and I think they're actually going to build robots, probably not only for Martian exploration, but based on an origami design. And as you can see, there's a little guy. He can do a lot of roaming around. Small, compact. You fold it up, you put it away. You need it, you just unfold it, and it's good to go. And this is NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They developed, it's called a pop-up flat folding explorer robot. Puffer. How's that for a great name for a robot?
That's a pretty good name.
Yeah, that's the most important part of these NASA programs. You got to come up with a cool name. Curiosity, rover, puffer.
Sojourn.
Yes, got to come up with a cool name. And what they say is what sets Puffer apart from other rovers is that it folds flat, making its mini profile even slimmer. Mission planners find this feature attractive because it means they can pack many robots into one spacecraft. After popping up an assembly, their full 3D form on Mars, such robots could accompany a main explorer, scouting out fascinating but perilous targets such as caves, craters, lava tubes, and overhanging rocks. We've seen a lot of interesting terrain we have yet to explore, and this is the researcher, Jaco Karas. But they tend to be places you don't want to send your one multi-million-dollar rover. So you send out a couple of these little guys, and if they get squished, no big deal. Rover design balances the need to cram the vehicle into a small rocket with the desire for huge clearance, because big wheel machines that won't get hung up on every pebble. The expanded chassis sort of gives you the best of both worlds. And you can see that little, when you look at it, you can see how easily it can navigate around. In addition to serving as a mobility supplement, Puffer's literal flexibility pays off in a number of areas. They can squeeze into small spaces, survive rough falls. They can bounce, as you can see, climb steep slopes, and easily flip themselves over to expose solar panels for charging. In fact, they're so rugged, Karas suspects, that before they're ready for Mars, Puffers may find use as cheap, remote, long-term sensors of seasonal ice changes in places like in the Arctic. In 2013, another guy by the name of Brian Tresser partnered with a renowned origami pioneer, Robert Lang, to design a novel scheme for packaging space cells. Okay, the origami naturally lent itself as a solution because if you want to fold anything, that comes from origami. More than just origami inspired, the solar panel's design relied directly on a classical technique called the flasher pattern. We started applying some basic patterns that were originally from children's origami books. They took those and used engineering to make them useful for thick structures. As the field grows to include ever more abstract branches of mathematics, geometry is definitely part of the mix. For a lot of designs, nothing more than simple, plain geometry is needed. So there you go. You're in school and you're saying, I'm never going to use this stupid geometry and this mathematics. Well, I got to tell you.
You always need geometry. Always need geometry.
I'll tell you what, in the future, if you want to be more than flipping hamburgers, you better know this math stuff.
Oh, God, yeah. Hey, I've got a question. Now, these little fold-up robots are great, but if you put it on the moon and it gets moon dust all over it, that recharging isn't going to work too well. I was going to say they didn't have much energy, so they'd be so small. So we couldn't use them on outer planets like the moons of Europa. Just not enough sunlight. But like you said, Mars would be all right for them.
You know what they could do? Shake off the dust.
That's true.
Back and forth, just shake it off. I don't know.
Shake it off.
Dancing origami robots.
Dancing origami
robots. There's the killer. That's what everyone wants to see on Mars. Dancing origami robots.
First, Dr. Kiki has to put them in her Robot Wars, and then they can go to Mars. How's that? Let it dance around the ring.
Oh my God! Yeah, you can just see national defense, the Army people put themselves a big cannon on the front of these little suckers.
I could see them using that. These fold-up robots, put them into buildings. Oh, we'd have people all over the world hate us now. just another thing. DARPA, thank you.
Now, this article is about. Now it says secret space plane. Yeah, I mean, we know about it. We don't know all the details about it. I'm going to read the story. It's obviously got to be some kind of spy plane. That's the first thing I think of. But it's, pretty powerful pretty powerful design. And if I read it correctly, there you go. It's got wings. So the U.S. Air Force, it's called the X-37B OV-4 spacecraft on Saturday surpassed the record for the longest flight duration of any mission in the clandestine program, marking 675 days in orbit for the small winged space plane. Winged space plane. On its current mission, reportedly dedicated to a series of technical demonstrations and space experiments. Sure. The previous record was set by the previous model, X-37B. The flight that lasted 674 days. Okay. Designed by Boeing's Phantom Works division, the X-37B was originally built for a nominal mission duration of 270 days. The X-37B took flight for the first time on April 10th. Shakedown cruise lasted 224 days. Second flight lasted 468 days. The OV-3 was the second flight of the first, I don't know what that means, refurbished, and the OTV-4 mission marks the second deployment of the second production vehicle. In any event, It's 8.9 meters long, has a wingspan of 4.5 meters, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 18 feet or so, 15, 18 feet. 8.9 meters, that's what, 24, almost 27 feet, more or less, and weighs around 5 metric tons. Its payload bay is 2.1 by 1.2 meters, fairly small in size, and can accommodate all types of powered and arm-powered payloads. So what it's going to do, it's going to put those spy satellites up, typically hosting a series of technologically demonstration experiments undergoing long-duration testing in the operational space environment. Highly maneuverable, can operate from different orbital attitudes as required by the various payloads it's carried, dropping off them spy satellites at different altitudes, giving satellite trackers quite a challenge to keep up with its orbital movements, as no official tracking data is released in the classified mission. Like I say, spy satellites. The first experimental propulsion system that has been developed by the Air Force and Aerojet Rocketdyne. And this is the XRFA Hall Effect Thruster. Was planned to undergo characterization in orbit to appoint to any modifications that need to be made to the system before being flown aboard something else called the Advanced Extremely High Frequency Satellites that provide secure communications of military application by satellites.
I was going to say, what are they getting at where they're going to have to, where they need to test something for this long in space?
Excuse me.
I mean, like, why do you need a space plane to be in orbit that long? Something. Are they planning to send it to the moon? And
little
back?
I've been hearing, drop my little airbird out of the air. I gotta figure out how to get the freaking thing in. I'm sure.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll vamp while he's messing with his earbuds. There he is. So you're back now.
Technical difficulties.
My question to you is, why do they need to keep this thing in orbit for so long? Are they planning some sort of deep space, long duration test of this vehicle? I mean, I see they're testing a new thruster on it. I mean, it's for military purposes. I've heard tales of them using it, maybe making a manned version of this to go work on the Hubble. But that seems pie in the sky. I mean, why is this a little better than any other Atlas V launch a satellite up into orbit? I mean, why is this? Why do they need something like this unless they're planning on something bigger?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. Obviously, they don't have a lot of details. Well, no, it's on the back of a rocket. It's on the back of a rocket. Now, if you could land it, if you could land the craft,
yeah,
that's the only thing I could see where the wings would come in handy. That's for maneuvering. You wouldn't have wings on it if you weren't planning to maneuver it back. So I'm going to guess.
I mean, if they wanted something to retrieve it, they could do a regular capsule, drop it into the ocean or something.
Like I say, they haven't.
Why go to the
released a lot of data? It's got to be for landing.
I mean, why go to the expense of building something that we could just drop by parachute? And the Russians drop stuff in a capsule by parachute all the time over land. That's non-life form.
It's maneuverable.
I know. I don't
You
understand.
can move. In other words, you could move up and down. So you could put a satellite here, drop another satellite here. So it's more maneuverable than current spacecraft. Spacecraft's in orbit.
Well,
Pretty much got to stick to that orbit, right? It can't move back and forth into different orbits.
well, I mean, different stages, you know, different. I guess you could put a thruster engine on something, and I don't know. I guess so. I guess that's what it's for.
That would, well, the advantage has to be, well, it depends on how high they are. Because in deep, in space, wings don't mean anything. So the wings are useful if you're lower, perhaps, maybe even the upper atmosphere. I mean, there's got to be a reason for the wings on being on this thing. And the only reason could be maneuverability, maybe even gliding down. I don't know. But it is more maneuverable, I guess, than existing crafts that we have. Could be a prototype that leads to something else.
That's all I can guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
A military space shuttle.
Hey, those guys got a couple of $1 billion. They're gonna have, well, that's what's gonna cost us? $6 billion. Hey, let's give it a shot. All right. Gonna bring my people in California. Justin Jackson. Kirsten's in Oregon. Claire Bazarich is in California, San Francisco. We got some good news for those people. And it's another long article. And the first, that says everything, actually. There you go. You finally got some snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The mountain range, which stretches hundreds of miles, is much more than a stunning visa. It's the linchpin that helps make living in the state possible. It's California's most important water supply, melted snow. Each spring and summer, the Sierra sends runoff down its slopes that recharge rivers, reservoirs, allowing crops to be irrigated, etc. So NASA's got this mapping project, known as the Airborne Snow Observatory. And that's a key. We're getting better observations, more information. We're able to make better predictions, and that's the key. If you're farmers in California, it's going to be important to know no snowpack, big problems. Got a little more snowpack? Now you know there's going to be more water available. It's helping us make predictions. Using measurements gathered by these specialized instruments in the plane, scientists have been able to gain an unprecedented understanding of the amount of water present in the Sierra snow. And we got a picture here. 2000 and click to 2015. Not much snow. A couple of years later, there you go. I like Crazy Mule Gulch. Using NASA data, we compared this year's snowpack with that of 2017. In the white areas, had a meter or 3.3 feet or more of snow. High in the mountains, this year's snow blankets the ground in layers 10 feet deep or more. So it's gone from 3.3 feet to well over 10 feet. Moving down a little bit more. What is this? At the lower elevations around the Hatchie? H-E-T-C-H, A-T-C-H.
Hatchie. Yeah, Hatchie.
That's it. Okay, weird name. Okay. What do I know? Collects runoff. There we go. 2015, it is bone dry. Nothing. Wow. What a difference. At lower elevations around this reserve, which collects most of the melting snow in this area and supplies water to millions, there was almost no snow to speak of in 2015. And this year, you got plenty of snow. Going down a little further. Let's see, where are we? Okay. These maps show parts of the Tulumanine, I butchered that one again, basin. There we go. However the heck you pronounce that word. Which in late February was blanketed by 1.2 million acre-feet of snow water equivalent.
That's great news.
10 times more than in 2015. And
the Hatch Hatchie Dam used to be a beautiful canyon, quite like that of Yosemite, and then they, the state of California had a little water problem because they were growing so much, so they had to build the Hatch Hatchie Dam. And that's Walt Whitman. Who's got there's a lot of people that tried to fight the Hatch Hatchie Dam from being built.
It looks like there wasn't much of a reservoir, at least a couple of years ago, but going to be some water back. Some other good news. This is fewer coal power plants being built. And let me find my readout. Okay. Obviously, China and India having some minor problems with coal pollution. Beijing and New Delhi, the two most polluted cities in the world. And the amount of new coal power being built around the world fell by 2/3 last year. 1 year, it dropped by 2/3. This is the new plants, prompting campaigners to claim the polluting fossil fuel was in free fall. The dramatic decline in new coal-fired plants was overwhelmingly due to policy shifts in China and India, and subsequent declining investment products, according to a report by Greenpeace. The report says that the amount of new capacity starting construction was down 62% in 2016 on the year before, and work was frozen at more than 100 sites in China and India. In January, China's energy regulator halted work on a further 100 new coal-fired projects, suggesting the trend was not going to go away. Researchers for other groups said a record amount of coal power station capacity was also being retired around the world, mostly in the United States and in Europe, including Scotland closing its last one. A guy named Tim Buckley, Director of Energy Finance Studies at IEEFA, pro-green energy think tank, said falling demand for coal power in China and India and plans to curtail more power stations shows the world has overestimated the need for fossil fuel. Got another Beijing-based energy analyst, Laura Malavarti or something like that at Greenpeace, said the fall in China was largely down to government policy to clean up air pollution and encourage clean energy. And that policy shows no sign of stopping. In total, 64 GW, that's gigawatts of coal capacity was retired last year, mainly in the United States and Europe, despite I say, U.S. President Donald Trump saying on Monday he's preparing a new executive order to help America's ailing coal industry. Well, I got a message for you, Donald. If it's not profitable, they ain't going to build it. Well, that's good news.
I don't know about that. They will build it because Well, if it's not profitable to them, they won't. But if as long as coal is cheap and he cut the regulations to make it cheap, they'll still burn it because his buddies are making money off of it. But like you said, if it's not profitable, but we still got a long way. I mean, we still got a bunch of coal power plants here, and cutting them is a start. But we have to change our whole ways of thinking. You know, we have too much disposable stuff in our society. We need to start reusing stuff to really make a dent in climate change.
I was just checking to see if Pamela was around. Yeah, I think there's enough of a push in many, many states to move away from coal-powered plants. And so that, I mean, California, you're not going to build a coal power plant in California. Not going to happen. Connecticut, not going to happen. Maybe in coal country. I don't even in Texas. In Texas, they're moving their resources towards wind and solar. They're still using natural gas, etc. But I think the country as a whole, they don't want coal-powered plants. I think only in coal country, where that might still be true. So I'm pretty optimistic as far as coal goes. But we still got to move more into wind and solar, which is still 5-10% at most, I think. Nobody in the chat.
I mean, like, I don't know. I still like that you point to Texas for your wind production. And, he keeps saying, we're going to take away regulations that this hurtful regulations that Obama created. So what is he going to do? Cut the tax incentives for renewables now?
He could do that.
That's just going to hurt the people that work in renewable energy sectors. You got your electricians, the people that set up windmills, the people that operate the windmills and the solar, and I mean, right now as it is, coal is subsidized and so is oil and gas. I don't see how much more fair you could really make it.
Yeah, I as I say, I think the public would be against building coal-powered plants in most states in the country. So the demand's just not going to be there. That's going to be more true in the future. I mean, even if they really subsidize it down to almost nothing, enough Americans, I think, know, it's just not healthy. Pollution, etc. But what we may see still is more natural gas and oil being used, as opposed to the move to solar and wind. It's happening. It's happening increasingly. It is the future, but that future may still be 5 to 10 years, maybe 10 years away. Now, the next story I got, interesting concept in batteries, virtual batteries. Now, what that means, let me do the screen share thing. Okay. Beat Amazon. Okay, virtual batteries. With the wiki buy. I don't know.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, I think I've heard of this concept where we all plug into all our phones and our electric cars into the grid, so it'll draw some of that battery power. Or
no, not so much into the grid, but well, I'll read the story. Power producers usually keep turbines spinning at a few offline plants so they can ramp up production if demand spikes. Or they maintain coal-fired backup generators that can be fired up quickly. But these approaches are costly, polluting, or both in theory. The grid could employ a battery to keep supply and demand in balance, but existing battery technologies offer no cost saving over power production. But the people at MIT, those brainiacs at MIT, say smart appliances in homes and offices, such as thermostats that could be adjusted remotely, and electric cars that plug into the grid, could collectively act as a massive battery, offering lower cost, lower emission alternative to backup power generation in the grid. We have a lot of these flexible loads, but they're small, diverse, and they're scattered all over the place. And this is Dara Majideen at MIT. At the moment, they're not well understood resources. The question is, can we develop algorithms that schedule consumption of these loads in such a way that satisfies all their constraints and makes them appear to be the power source, the same power source as a battery? And in treating a collection of flexible electric loads as a single battery, the researchers identified a fundamental trade-off between the battery's capacity and the rates at which it can charge and discharge. The trade-off, however, can be renegotiated on a daily or even an hourly basis. If one day a power provider expects strong but erratic winds, it might want to provide quick charging in order to capture the output of its wind turbines. If on another day it expects almost all of its customers to begin turning on their home air conditioners in the evening, it might want privileged capacity in order to handle a surge of demand. Conventional batteries can't do that. But these guys can. They're referring to devices with flexible charge rates. They open a path for designing control policies that tailor their specifications for particular purposes. An example, an electric car parked in an office building needs to recharge its batteries, but the charge rate can be fast or slow, and the charging might take place at any time within, say, a 4-hour window. Slowing the charging rates, or deferring the charge times for a group of cars reduces demand on the grid, equivalent to a release of energy from the grid battery. The charge rate of this virtual battery is limited by the available capacity of the car's own batteries and their individual maximum rates. Now, the researchers first developed a very simple model, they say, of a grid with flexible loads in which the loads were all the same size and came online. The equivalent of electric cars being plugged in, they came online at different intervals. That model suggests the trade-off between the capacity of the virtual battery and its charge and discharge rates. But in investigating the reason for that trade-off, the researchers identified a fundamental principle they believe will hold for almost any collection of flexible loads. If you have two batteries, one that can be charged or discharged quickly, the other slowly. Now suppose you're treating these two real batteries as a single virtual battery, and the virtual battery is half full. How do you distribute the virtual battery's charge across the two batteries? You want to maximize the charge rate of the half full virtual battery. You need to keep the faster charging real battery more depleted than the slower charging one. That way, it can handle the bulk of any incoming charge. The opposite is true. If you want to maximize the discharge rate, then you need to keep the faster charging battery fuller than the others, so it can handle the bulk of the discharge.
So what we really need is to upgrade our grade to make it really smart, so it knows when to take power, right, Ed?
Yes. Yeah, that's the whole idea. And Pamela has joined us, I think.
Yay, Pamela's made it. And we've made the cut too. Chelsey, what's up, Chelsey?
So you guys are not going to get the cyclone.
No, Debbie is not going to do camps. That's Cyclone Debbie.
You can't expect anything from a girl named Debbie, so.
I know.
Debbie
That's
can't do it.
Thing. Huh?
Debbie can't do it.
Well, I know some Debbies who do lots of things that they shouldn't do.
Debbie doesn't do Carnes, that's for sure.
Debbie doesn't do cans. Good.
Cans, my bad.
If she's watching, she knows who she is. Yeah. No, so it's going to go through just like an Air. I used to live in Townsville, and Air's about an hour south of there. So we're not even. But this is the thing. We're not getting anything, right? Like, it's way below us. We're not even in the outskirts of the wind. But I was out in the yard. I put the bins out this morning. No, you can't tell now. I put the bins out this morning about 6:45, to be picked up by the garbage people. And it looks completely normal now, right? But it still looked normal, but there was just the air had a cyclonic feel about it when it's impending. When you've been through cyclones like I have, you get the feel for it and the smell and the. So it actually had that this morning. It was just like, oh. And so I came in and I checked the Bureau of Meteorology's website, but I don't know.
I do like the smell of the storm, man. That's awesome.
No, it's not a storm smell. Have you been through a hurricane?
We have the remnants always fly over us. I have moved closer to the coast. I don't live right on the coast, but I'm in flatlands now, which is I get more brunt of it now if it moves up the coast. But like, remember when Katrina came, it flew right over us back out to the ocean. So
wow. Yeah. Yeah, well, there's just an eeriness about it, and that's what there was this morning. It just felt like it, but I don't know. Maybe I was just really tired.
Yeah, I was in a typhoon in Japan where you couldn't fall over. You just tip like that, and it just holds you up.
Not a good day to fly a kite, right?
No. Yeah. All right. I've got a story here. I've been saving for Pamela. Hoping. And this is something we already know. Anyone who's been watching these Hangouts, you see what an incredible job she's doing as a mother with little Chelsey. And this is a study. This is science. Older mothers are better. Now, older being over 30, I think. They don't really identify what they consider to be older, but it's obviously going to be over 30.
No, it is over 30 because they kept referring to me as an old mother in hospital. I was turning 34 about a week after I gave birth.
That's just wrong.
No, there's medical reasons. I mean,
I don't care. That's still wrong.
So, for example, like old mothers like us, we have when they're on the inside, you have extra testing done, like for Down syndrome and things like that you don't have to have done when you're younger. And also, I'm so old that some of my whooping cough vaccination required a booster because the whooping cough vaccination only lasts 30 years. So I had to have a booster because that's how old I am, things like that. So, yeah.
This is science. The average maternal age has increased steadily for the past many years. New research from someplace called the Aarhus, AARHUS, BSS, shows that other mothers are less likely to punish and scold their children while raising them, and that the children have fewer behavioral, social, and emotional difficulties. The results can be seen in conjunction with widespread recommendations not to have children too late. Could be a mistake. Well, that's primarily based on possible medical combinations the older you get. This recommendation is based on knowledge about, for instance, declining fertility and the health risks during pregnancy. However, when estimating the consequences of the rising maternal age, it's important to consider both the physical and physiosocial pros and cons. Previous research has indicated that a higher maternal age is associated with increased physiosocial well-being during the pregnancy and in the early days after the child is born. The new study indicate the advantage for the older mother and their children extend all the way into the children's school age, but decline at 15. Ain't nothing you can do about them teens. Today, the average pregnancy age is 30.9 years. I'm surprised it's that high. This also means that most children today are born when their mother is over 30 years old. 30 years old. Well, that kind of duh. And that the proportion of children whose mother was over 40 years old when they were born has quadrupled. Wow, over 40. Older mothers are at a greater risk of experiencing complications during pregnancy and while giving birth than younger mothers. They are at greater risk of having miscarriage, giving premature birth. On the other hand, studies show that older women thrive better during the first part of motherhood. They worry less about the pregnancy, are more positive about becoming patients, and generally have a more positive attitude towards their children. Previous studies that tracked children up until their school age indicate that children with older mothers, regardless of the parents' background, education, and finances, have a better language and fewer behavioral, social, and emotional problems. They tracked the children of school age and found that the children with older mothers had fewer behavioral, social, and emotional problems at ages 7, 11, but not at 15.
So, like, I have a student in my class, and should I tell you, Pamela, what if you were like 23 as pregnant? What do you feel about that age?
No, it depends on the person. Some people are ready then. I wasn't. No way, not at 23. But so when I had Chelsea, my second cousin, who's 10 years younger than me, so she would have been 23 because we had babies around the same time. And no, she's doing a great job, and she's had a second one too. And I think they're only about 15 months apart. And no, they're doing really well. But she was like ready to be a mum, sort of at 20. She's a mum. She's a mum, you know. And even pregnancy and I think, what did she have? She had something during the pregnancy. But anyway, she's fine. And like the birth, he was falling out by the time she got to the hospital. Like
Well, that's awesome.
She's like made. Yeah, she's made to have babies.
Oh Lord.
Whereas I had a 48-hour labor and then a C-section. You know. But I wasn't ready at 23. No way.
So it's more of a mental thing and it's all emotional.
I know some 40-year-olds who aren't ready.
Yeah, I still don't want any.
Right. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, just everyone's different. But yeah, no, it wasn't. It was definitely not for me back then.
But like, her kids will be out of the nest, and she'll still be in her 40s.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So she can. But I mean, she just loves being a mom, you know. Whereas some people, but hers was planned too. So there's a difference. If you're younger and having unplanned, because she's been with this guy since she was like a kid. You know, they're one of those.
That's good. Yeah, a stable home environment. It doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you take care of your kid, who cares? And you have a good healthcare system, which makes it a whole lot different than here.
We do. That's right.
Yeah, you're on your own, buddy. There's none of that here.
Yeah. So yeah, she doesn't feel like she's. So that's the difference, I think. I think if you're a younger mother and it's an unplanned pregnancy, you might feel, or a younger father too, you might feel like you've missed out on stuff, right? Because you didn't get to have your youth and do whatever you wanted to do, kind of thing. But you can do it when you're older, but you're tired when you're older, right? Whereas if you're younger and it's planned because you've been with your partner for so long and you just want to have babies, that's cool. You don't feel like you missed out on anything because that was your plan all along, right? Whereas I'm older, so I did heaps of stuff before Chelsea. And yeah, I obviously don't feel like I've missed out on anything because, yeah, she's cool. Yeah. But just like the first, like I agree with most of that that article, that research and that, but when it was saying that, because Chelsea's a very well-behaved child, like the other day I went to a meeting on Friday and I'd had to pull her aside once just to say chill out. She just wanted attention, and everyone in the meeting were talking to each other because it was a meeting and they weren't paying her attention. And I'm like, it's not these 2 hours in this whole week, not about you. She's got toys, she's got things to do, blah blah blah. So I just took her aside, reasoned with her, came back. And there was another friend of mine, a mother there. She's got a 4-year-old, but he wasn't at the meeting, and she was there with a baby. And she said, "Oh, I couldn't take it, a 3-year-old to a meeting. They're too, yeah, they're too much, kind of thing." And I said, "No, well, what you just saw, that's as bad as she gets." And she went, "Oh, okay, that's really good." So Chelsea's a very well behaved child. However, I do punish and scold. I'm on it. I don't tolerate crap behavior. Whereas I see some younger mothers, their kids can be like hitting the car, like they can be having a tantrum, hitting the car with a solid object because, I don't know, they didn't get to take their toy with them. And I've seen younger mothers just kind of stand there and go,
No, that wouldn't happen with me. I guess it's an older generation thing. No, you don't get to do that, and you're out of here.
It just wouldn't happen. And like I don't even want Chelsea to view that behavior in case she thinks that's acceptable, because it's not on my watch, right? So I do punish and scold, but I also am constantly rewarding like good behavior, like so. And praising for really good behavior in that. So I have the positive enforcement far outweighs the negative, but I'm on the negative. I'm don't tolerate crap, because society doesn't tolerate crap. She has to be prepared to go out there, and you can't be chucking tantrums when you don't get your own way, because you'll get fired from your job or you'll get arrested. Or so that's what
or you get elected president.
Yes, this is how to train. See, you have to train. I think somebody said it best. I was listening to a podcast and they said, if you don't teach your kid anything, they become assholes. So your whole job in life is to teach this little human not to be an asshole. Is why you're a parent. That's the reason why you're a parent. Otherwise, they grow up to be like a Trump.
That's it. So so that's why that first little paragraph in that read that article. Then I went, really? Because you're less likely to punish and scold, they're better behaved? I don't think so. And I'm not less likely. I'm more likely to punish and scold. But
I'm liking you as a mom. That's awesome.
But it's rare that I need to do that. Yeah.
I think when they're talking about, one thing is the changes that have taken place in society, because up until probably even the 40s or the 50s, a child was raised by a family. You had the mother and the grandmother living together in the same house. So you had raising of the child done by the young mother with the grandmother. So that was a stable environment, and that provided more stability. But as the younger people move away from their family, now all of a sudden you could have a younger woman, let's say, and a husband, and now they're raising the child by themselves, and possibly they hadn't been prepared for it, and they're learning as they go along. The younger person,
Well,
not as emotionally mature.
That's a good point. So for my second cousin who had the baby not long after I had Chelsea, yeah, she lives very close to her parents, and so her and her partner and their two kids, I think they see her parents every day, pretty much. So they've got the support. They don't live with them, but they live near them.
But you know that also having a family, and I'm thinking of, well, traditional environment like Japan, where I spent the year living in a year. In Japan, you did not want to be the outsider coming in. The young woman, you had the young woman, and she was a slave of the mama-san. And you can have that in a lot of different places. The grandma rules the roost. And the younger mother pretty much got to do what the grandmother has to do. Now you're in a situation, however, where as long as they're more emotionally mature, whatever age that happens to be, they may get better planning. They may do more research, perhaps. They can go online. Maybe they connect with other mothers, etc. And they're not going to do things their traditional way, and the traditional way may not be a good way. So I think I would like to see this trend where maybe, you have them an emotionally mature person. Obviously, it's better if the mother is emotionally mature. They can handle the stress. That's what I think we see. The mother and parents, they get frustrated. They can't handle, they don't know what to do. They lash out because they get frustrated.
But look, I mean, I agree with you, Ed. I mean, look, we don't live in a generational houses anymore. We don't have the grandparents and the parents and the kids, all living together. Levittown took care of that, where you made one single family home and you didn't have the grandmas and the great grandmas around. So, I mean, whole social structure has changed in the last, 50 years, 60 years.
No, it's a matter mostly of emotional maturity. I think we could have the best of both worlds. That is, more emotionally prepared mothers because of all the resources that are available, and mothers who are going to do things not because the way it's been done in the past, because it's the best way of doing it, and you adapt. Like education, you adapt to the child. Instead of forcing the child necessarily to adapt to a traditional way of living, the mother can now know the child and adapt to the educational, etc., the teaching experience, how much they need to be punished or not to be punished. They can adapt to the child.
Yeah, I mean, a younger, not everyone, not discriminating, but yeah, a younger mother who perhaps didn't plan to have children, whatever, might over punish and over scold for things when the kid's just being a kid, as opposed to, as Ulysses put it together and put it before, when they're being an asshole. There's a difference, and it's only when my child's being an asshole that she gets punished or scolded, and it's rare that she does that though. But it's also if she's around kids that are, I hope my friends aren't watching, when she's around some kids that are assholes as opposed to well-behaved kids, she can start to be like that. And I'm just like, nah, not going to happen. Just
now you gotta teach her the meaning of that word.
no, I said it quietly. She didn't hear me.
you gotta do it. You gotta do it one of these days. Hey, look, you're being an asshole.
No, I don't use abusive language.
I know.
Mike. Where's Mike? Michael Jobin has joined us from in the chat room. We now have someone in the chat area. I'll try to keep you in tune as to what Mike is saying. I got another interesting story about the immune system, and in particular, our friend the testes. And our friend the testes sometimes produces a chemical not so good for certain cancer vaccinations, the development of cancer vaccines. Okay, let me do the screen share. There we go. Ouch, the needle. We got the University of Virginia School of Medicine has shown that a part of the body thought to be disconnected from the immune system actually interacts with it. And the discovery helps explain cases of male infertility, certain autoimmune diseases, and even the failure of cancer vaccines. Now, scientists developing vaccines may need to reconsider their work in the light of these new findings or risk unintentionally sabotaging their own efforts. Kenneth Tung, MD, T-U-N-G, University of Virginia. He said that many vaccines are likely to fail simply because researchers are picking the wrong targets that aren't actually foreign in the immune system and thus won't provoke the desired immune response. The team discovered that the testes releases some, but not all of the antigens, substances that can spur an immune response that are created during the production of sperm. Because the testes release these antigens naturally, the immune system ignores them. It's a normal, healthy response. But it also may explain why cancer vaccines are failing. Cancer vaccines target antigens. So if the vaccine developers rely on antigens that are ignored by the immune system, the vaccine won't work. In essence, we believe the testes antigens can be divided into those which are sequestered behind the barrier and those that are not. Antigens which are not sequestered would not be very good cancer candidates. The good news is that doctors can determine which antigens a patient's cancer cells release. By targeting sequestered antigens, the ones unknown to the immune system, doctors can greatly increase vaccine chance success. The finding may also prove important for couples seeking to have children. Up to 12% of men suffering from infertility have an autoimmune response to their own reproductive cells. That means their immune systems are attacking their sperm. These researchers shed light on what may be happening, showing that a particular step during the creation of sperm is responsible for determining whether the sperm antigens will spark an immune response. Cells called regulatory T cells that help control the immune system response to the non-sequestered antigens. In men who are infertile because of the autoimmune disorder, something is going wrong with the process, leading the immune system to attack when it shouldn't. With the knowledge, doctors may be able to help come up with new treatments for autoimmune disorders and resulting in fertility.
Sweet, and it comes from the UVA campus, which is about an hour away from where I work.
Right where you are. That's good. That's it. They're learning how the immune system works. And that's what vaccines are supposed to do, training the system to work, how to work, I guess. And in this case, important to know, are you talking about it's the antigens you're producing that you want the immune system to react to, whether they're sequestered or non-sequestered is the key. And if you have one or the other, then you know how you developed your vaccine. So that's interesting. I'm going to ask Pamela something about the first story we hit, which kind of blew my mind. Now, you've been a nurse. I don't know if you've ever been in the operating theater.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening is you're having an increasing number of patients, at least in the United States, having operations done without an anesthesiologist. The operation done only with a local painkiller. And the thing is, number one, that's one of the things that kills you right off the bat, even before you have the operation. It's the anesthetist. And so you eliminate that. And I mean, we showed a woman being operated on using only a local anesthetic. So you have to know the patient, obviously, but if you can eliminate that first stage, you've got a safer operation and you've got a less expensive operation. You've eliminated, one of the most expensive people in the entire operation.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, we have universal healthcare, but I know the cost is about basically $1,000 to be anesthetized. Depends on the operation. Like what I didn't see. What was she having done that she did under a local?
Yeah, under a local, she had something on her arm, but they're trying to get away from general anesthesia, from putting you under, because it's not good for the brain.
I think they're having this done.
And if it's only $1,000,
any kind of operation, it's just about any kind of operation where a local anesthetic can do the job. I don't know that you can do open heart operation, but I'll guess the vast majority of operations with the right patient, a local anesthetic is enough. And I'll bet there are a lot of people who would love to see their own operation going on. They think it'd be pretty cool.
They don't usually let you. So for an example, like when I had Chelsea as a cesarean, I was awake for it. And I could feel it. I was just without pain. But no, they put a sheet up because you can have a heart attack if you see yourself being sliced open, regardless of how rational or medically minded you can be. They don't let you look at your own operation. Chris, her dad, was allowed to watch if he wanted to, but he said if he did that, he might have a heart attack himself. So he just hid behind. Daddy's in England, yeah.
Mommy. And Dad's in England.
No, Mummy's in Australia. Daddy's in England. He hid behind the sheet with me and just held my hand.
I'm in Australia.
You're in Australia, yeah, I know, honey. You're Australian, yeah, I know. Yeah. So funny. Yeah. But you're not allowed to. I don't think you're allowed to see. And like so with brain operations, they're usually done awake because brain operations are not painful if you don't have the pain receptors there. And they want to make sure they're not moving things around and making you go, So they need to watch that you're still functioning. So it depends on the operation. But yeah, I think as far as I know, if it can be done with a local, they do. And if it can't be, then they'll put you under. And it also depends on the person. So like I know my brother, he's had some irritable bowel syndrome issues over the years, and he has to go for colonoscopies every, I think, 3 years or something, and they have to put him under a general anesthetic, whereas most people, he just can't do it. You can't do it. Whereas most people, they don't need a general anesthetic. So it depends on the patient and the type of operation, I think. But yeah, we only use general if you have to here.
Hey, and it's only $1,000 in Australia, which is amazingly cheap. We got to go there to have our surgeries.
We don't pay because I used to work for a surgeon as well, amongst all the other things I've done. And when I'm doing the because you don't pay unless it's elective, but you've still got to bill the government. You've got to bill Medicare, so the bill still has to go out. And yeah, the anaesthetist is $1,000. It's always about that. Because I remember him saying when he's an ear, nose, and throat surgeon, charming fellow, sarcasm implied. Anyway, and when I first started working there, because I've had my nose broken a few times, I had climbed a lot of trees when I was a kid and stuff, and he said, "Oh, you could be really pretty if you get your nose fixed." Anyway, he offered to fix it, like he was going to do the surgery for free. I just had to pay the $1,000 for the anesthetic, and if I had to stay overnight in the hospital or anything. And I said, "Nah, I'm pretty enough, thanks. I'm good. I don't need to be any prettier. It's all good." So I turned down free elective surgery. That's how. Yeah, I'm not interested. But anyway, so that's how I know it's $1,000. That it's always pretty much $1,000.
Pamela, if you look in the chat area, there's a list of the operations that have been done with only a local breast. I can't pronounce. I don't know. I guess one is throat surgery. I don't cosmetic specialties. That's quite a list there.
Otolaryngology. That's like an ear, nose, and throat thing. Ophthalmology. Yeah, I mean they're all surface stuff. You're not doing open heart surgery on a local anesthetic. You're not. Yeah.
Well, tendons. The operation we were talking about was on a woman's tendon. So I guess, like you say, it's surface operations, not anything really deep in opening up the body.
But it depends on the individual's pain tolerance too. If they might start on a local, but if you start screaming, they're going to have to put you under.
Now, they also said in the article that it actually made many of the patients, less anxious. Even though it was gruesome, it was less anxious because they could see what was going on, I guess. They have a greater sense of, assuming everything is going okay. But,
Yeah, if you want to watch, if you want to watch, just like a little tumor being cut out of your arm or something, like skin cancer, they'd probably let you watch.
That's my Humpty Dumpty.
I know, honey, Humpty Dumpty. But yeah, a lot of people don't want to watch either. But yeah, like with the cesarean, I wasn't even allowed to watch. Actually, I thought it would have been pretty cool to watch her watch me be sliced open and have to wrench
me open. Yes.
Wrench it from my gut.
I mean, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but my wife, she faints at her blood, so that would not ever work.
Yeah.
That we won't. We're not having kids anyway, so but even then.
Yeah. No, well, I didn't get to see it, but Chris sort of he stopped looking, but he saw like, oh, sweetie, just no, look, you're not even 3 years old. You can't drink my coffee. Stop it. I'm moving my mug around, and she's trying to drink my coffee. No, I'll have to look, hang on. I'll just scull it, and then she can't. She can have the mug. Hang on.
Oh.
Did you hear that, Ed? Oh, I want some.
Okay, it's gone, so she can't be at me anymore. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so they, Chris said they were like before they sliced me open, they were shoving her down as far as possible, like just bashing my guts to push the baby down, and then it's right. I won't show you because it's right on my bikini line. I don't want to offend some viewers. I am waxed and everything, but still. Anyway, so it's only about that big an incision, right? It's not like there's still a little bit of a scar there. It's mostly faded. So he was thinking, well, how are they going to do it? How are they going to pull a baby out of that? But then they put these clamps in and just wrench you apart with clamps, and then pull the baby out, and then they take the clamps out, and then so it's only an incision like that, and then they sew you up. And so yeah, Chris stopped watching at the clamp bit.
I didn't know what was worse, you telling us you're all waxed or that clamp ripping you open. I mean, just...
You know, I could tell you a story.
Sorry.
There's no shame in Pamela's world. And that's she's a great woman and a great host.
She's being real.
No, but just
that's the way it is.
Let's keep it real. And we'll call it, this is Australian reality here.
But the, okay, look, if you think all Australians are like me, no, they're not. No. Anyway, but the difference is, so I had that done in 2014. And so my scar is right on my, like, it's been pushed in right on my bikini line. It's only that long and it's really faint. When I was born, I was a cesarean section for my mum. I kept trying to come out butt first. They kept turning me around. I just kept coming out with my butt. All about the booty, right? Anyway, so her scar was right across her stomach. So she had quite a lot of complications after that. Whereas as soon as Chelsea was out, it was like I'd never been pregnant. It was just, I was back to normal. They couldn't believe how well I recovered.
You were tiny to begin with.
Size as my mum was. So, because, yeah, I still have some of her clothes and they fit perfectly. Yeah. So that's just the difference in surgery in, you know, because I had her a week before I turned 34. So that's a 34-year difference in surgery. But yeah, Chris said he stopped watching when they got the clamps out.
You just should have said it's like Alien.
Yeah, look with what the teens in the 20s, what they see on television now, the stuff they allow, the cutting people apart and all that other stuff. I think you're likely to see a generation of people who will pay money to watch an operation. Maybe there'll be the operation channel. There might have even been a channel.
I think they have that already, don't they? But yeah, like that's the thing. As a nurse, like I've seen other operations and be fine, but yeah, they just don't let you watch your own. You can have a heart attack, regardless of how good your mindset is. Watching yourself being sliced open. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it depends on the patient. But according to that study, there are obviously a lot of people who are fine with it and like it. They're less.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. So a lot of those things on the list, they're from here to here, so you can't see it anyway, because you can't, you know what I mean? Like I can't look at my cheeks. I can't see what's happening anyway.
You're looking in a mirror. You're looking at a screen. You're watching the operation from a screen in front of you.
Oh, you watch it like that. Depends, and that's all surface stuff. That's not, cutting you open for heart surgery or cutting your guts open. Yeah, no, big difference. Anyway, I probably would have been fine, I'm sure. But yeah, they just don't let you. Maybe in years to come, if Chelsea has to have a C-section, which I hope she doesn't, I hope she can give birth naturally. But if she ends up having a C-section, maybe they'll let her watch.
Oh, all you have to do is look at what's in movies and television now, and you can see the difference between what you can't show on mainstream media, mostly people 40s, 50s, etc., and what the teens and the 20 people can watch on the streaming stations. Anything goes on the streaming stations, so it's a generational thing. And I think the people now in their 20s, teens, this could very easily, again, once they get past, if they can survive the pain part of it, I think it'll be second nature. I think they will volunteer for that sort of stuff, watching themselves being operated on.
Yeah. Well,
getting a video, getting a cassette or something, so they can watch. They can show their classmates.
Yeah. Watching. I wanted it filmed, but Chris refused. Watching it later would be all right, but watching it in real time while it's happening can be detrimental.
What a cool sport.
Yeah, well, anyway, that's another story, isn't it? What was I going to say? No, I could feel what they were doing. I could feel it all, but it wasn't painful. And so I was waiting for it. So it just felt weird. But it was all over very quickly.
All right. I'm going to talk about something that to me might seem
Wait a minute.
just...
I
Oh,
got
go ahead.
one last thing to add to that last story. I
Okay.
dated a girl who showed me her birth video of her daughter.
What?
Yeah. She's like, you want to see my kid's birth? Like,
This is the student that you're teaching.
no. This is 15 years ago. I was dating a girl who showed me her daughter's birth because she did a home birth with a...
Oh God, that's not sexy.
Yeah, that didn't last very long.
Like if you were the dad and it was your kid, that's cool. But if it's not your kid, you don't want to be seeing that, especially if it's...
Oh, good. I thought it was like, what, you know, they try to... I think it was like a test. I think it was like a test. See if he likes it.
And it was the vaginal birth.
Yes. It's like watching a basketball push.
Yeah. I saw that at my prenatal class. Look, in the end, I'm quite glad my vagina was left out of the experience. Well, it was involved at the beginning of the experience, but not at the birthing.
From what I hear, it is best that you did it that way because you won't have to wear a diaper and ice packs and sewing up and anything else like that to down. Yeah.
Everything's as it was.
Exactly.
I'm happy with the results. Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. And not exciting as this last story. We were just going over about watching operations. This is just simply geoengineering the planet. That's all it is. These are some researchers, and I'm going to screen share. There you go, from The Guardian. It's the world's largest geoengineering study. And the idea is we got a lot of climate change. Nobody's doing anything about it, getting warmer and warmer. What do? You put yourself a little shade around the earth. You put up, in this case, an aerosol type of solution because we know how good that is for the atmosphere. Okay. Scientists are set to send aerosol injections.
Wait a minute. Before we get too involved, if we're this desperate, just let us die off because this could go sideways real quick.
Oh yeah,
We don't know what we're putting into the upper. We know what we're doing, but we don't know what that could possibly entail.
Who approved this plan?
Harvard University.
Well, see, that's an American university, not an Australian university.
You know, those people at Harvard aren't going to do anything to hurt the planet. Come on.
Oh, God.
Now, I'll tell you, if you give researchers enough money, they'll do anything. In this case, Harvard got $20 million. Hey, and they're going to launch this project in weeks, it says, and the aim is to establish whether the technology can safely simulate the atmospheric cooling effects of a volcanic eruption. If at a last-ditch bid to halt climate change, maybe we do this. Maybe we simulate maybe 40 or 50 volcanic eruptions at the same time, because those things don't cause any problems, of course.
Why doesn't Bill Gates spend the $20 million on education and saying, yes, this is real, we need to change our ways? If he spent $20 million on lobbyists and education, that would have gone probably a lot further than the study. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I don't know, Ulysses. You're just anti-science. You just don't want those Harvard University types. You know, and then you spending our taxpayers' money.
No, that's not it at all. Just the richest man in the world could spend that money. I know he's helping people, starving kids, but just for the low price of $20 million, you could have Americans educated to know that fossil fuels destroy the environment. Let's just do that. All right.
Well, here's what they're going to do. By 2022, 2 small-scale, they say, dispersals, first of water then of calcium carbonate particles. And then future tests will be with aluminum oxide or even diamonds. Diamonds in the sky. Whoa. The assistant, this is Yannis Pastoria or something like that. He's an assistant climate chief at the UN, leads a geoengineering governance initiative. Said the Harvard scientists would only disperse minimal amounts of compounds in their field test under strict control conditions. There you go, Ulysses. You feel any better about that? The UN's got to be watching these guys. The Harvard team suggests a redirection of 1% of current climate mitigation funds to geoengineering research and argue that the planet could be covered with a solar shield for as little as $10 billion a year. Solar engineering is not the answer, says Kevin Turnberth. He says, cutting incoming solar radiation affects the weather and hydrological cycles. It promotes drought. It destabilizes things and can cause wars. The side effects are many and are too much, and this just is not a good idea. An atmospheric scientist, another guy from Harvard, says that the deployment of a solar engineering system was a terrifying prospect. And another Harvard guy. You got warring Harvard teams here. At the same time, we should never choose ignorance over knowledge. And in this particular case, he does, I guess, kind of favor doing this little experiment. Yeah, there you go. And as long as it's under control conditions, and if it's minimal, you got the UN watching it, you got the Harvard University people watching it, no problem.
The UN watching it. I see Soylent Green being sprayed into the upper atmosphere. That's what we should do. Just
that's what I said, aerosol. Wasn't our aerosol sprays killing the ozone at one time? I don't know.
Yeah.
There still are.
Still are, yeah. I don't understand. No. Just no.
I'm kind of I'm right with you, Pamela. This just does not sound like a great idea.
I mean, this is just a backup and a temporary stopgap for not changing our ways.
So, okay. Does this mean, okay, so I haven't used hairspray in, I don't know, like 30 years. Oh, maybe not that long. How old am I? I'll be 37 soon. So probably 27 years, right? Does this mean I could have been using hairspray this whole time?
Well,
no, because that aerosol, because the compound that sprays the stuff that
the idea
is bad. The aerosol part, not the spray part.
It goes up, but then gravity comes into effect.
What we're doing is just spraying like water or diamonds or calcium carbonate into the upper atmosphere.
There you go, though. There you go. You don't have to. I'll bet if you go up there with planes, you got a bunch of hairdressers, right?
No, this is the upper atmosphere.
Hairdressers in planes with the hairspray, and that won't cost $10 billion, I'm sure.
If we actually do this, the Beatles will be vindicated for making Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. They will actually have diamonds in the sky.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that too. I was like, oh, Lucy. Before. Radio. Well, there you go.
Okay. And Mike says he's heard of this. I hadn't heard of it before, and I hope I don't hear about it again. Now this is, we're getting into a little bit of politics. We're talking about executions. It's kind of a good news, bad news story. Now in Arkansas, they're planning. Several states in the U.S. are now executing people again. And in this case, we're talking about the state of Arkansas, and they're planning to execute 8 inmates over 10 days. Okay, they've come across a problem, which I think it's a good thing, and that is they don't have enough volunteers to witness the executions. And so that's the good part of this particular.
So maybe we should stop having executions and just let them rot in jail.
Yeah. Can't find enough people to watch the. I'm surprised, but that's a good thing. And it says a state law requires that at least 6 people witness an execution to ensure the state's death penalties are properly followed. So far,
humanely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Supposedly, but they're having trouble finding drugs to put people down because
that's part of it.
Not good.
That's part of it. Why they want these volunteers. Finding that many volunteers to witness to cover all the scheduled execution has proved to be very difficult. This is the correction department spokesman, declined to say whom the director has approached for help. But they went to the Little Rock Rotary Club. Now, if you want to look for people who you think are going to be willing to watch a bunch of people executed, where are you going to go? The Rotary Club. I don't know. And this is what she said. This is Kelly. This is a woman by the name of Kelly. She's speaking to the Rotary Club people, and she's saying, you seem to be a group that does not have felony backgrounds and are over 21. So if you're interested in serving in this area in a serious role, just call my office. And there you go, you Rotary Club people. You're the right bunch of people to witness executions, because of course you're not criminals. Now, execution witnesses must be 21 years old, a resident of the state, cannot have a felony conviction, and cannot be related to the death row inmate. I don't know what else. I think that's pretty much as far as I want to go with this particular story.
So hang on. At first, when you said they couldn't find enough people, I thought you meant like humans had gotten to a point where they don't want to watch other people die, which is great, because back when witches were being hung, right? The whole town came out and cheered and burned them and joined in and drowned them and stuff. And so I thought you meant there weren't enough people who would agree to participate. And I went, wow, that's great. But no, it sounds more like there aren't enough people who qualify because they have felony convictions and stuff. Bloody hell.
The whole state of Arkansas. The entire state of Arkansas.
Is that what they mean? They don't qualify? Like, it's not that they don't want to do it, it's that they don't qualify. Does that mean that's the whole...
So,
well, that's bad. That's actually the opposite of how it's not good. Like, I thought, yay, humanity, but no, it's actually that they're all criminals and they are not qualified to watch. That's really bad.
We're talking about the whole state of Arkansas. The whole state of Arkansas doesn't have, I mean, we're not talking about 1 million people with felony convictions.
I mean, they're missing some teeth down there, but.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. No, I don't think there can be that many citizens of Arkansas disqualified because of felony convictions. I just don't believe that. I think the main problem they're having is not enough people are willing to witness executions anymore. Now, I'm taking the positive light, and that's why I reported this story. Could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't know. I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think.
That's what I originally thought. So that would be good if that's true. Yeah. I mean, I know a while ago I did a little Coursera course about wrongful convictions and the amount of people who are put in jail and even had the death penalty, but then they're exonerated afterwards. That's the only reason I would go against the death penalty, because a lot of innocent people are in jail for different things, and that would really suck. However, so that's as the lawyer, you don't want a miscarriage of justice. However, if anyone personally harmed anyone in my family, and I knew for sure it was them because I witnessed it, yeah, I've got no problem turning them into a casserole and feeding them to homeless people at all. That's what I would do.
Yeah, there's been debate, even the Supreme Court has, there might even be a court case pending whether or not capital punishment is humane or not. But
I think if they've done a crime bad enough to warrant it, it's humane, because you've got to think about the rest of humanity being protected from them. However, the law, I'm not going to rant too much, but law has nothing to do with justice. They are not related. So just because they're convicted doesn't mean they're guilty. Just because they're not convicted doesn't mean they're innocent. Law is just a bloody game, and the whole system needs to change. So I don't trust the system enough to say, yes, this person's definitely guilty, they must die. I'm just saying, if I personally witness something and know for sure, I'll just take care of it myself. I don't know. Yeah.
We've had a couple of cases recently in one state, I don't remember the state, where they botched the execution.
Oh, that's the state where Scott Pruitt came from, who is our now EPA telling us climate change doesn't exist. He personally Googled chemical compounds that would kill people because they could not any longer get lethal injection drugs to kill people, and he injected this guy with this toxin he looked up, and it wouldn't kill this guy, and it was hurting him the whole time. And he finally, they tried 2 or 3 times and they couldn't kill him. This went on for like 4 or 5 hours, and so they undid him, but he went into a cardiac arrest and died later on. So I mean, where was that? Oklahoma? I think it was Oklahoma, and I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me. And maybe a part of me agrees with Pamela. If somebody does something so horrendous that you can never let them go, and maybe there should be justice, but how do you prove? I mean, people lie all the time to get somebody arrested because cops aren't always perfect about getting the right person in custody. I mean, we've got prisons full of people who are not full, but maybe 10% are not guilty of the crime being committed. They just happen to be in the wrong place or something, so now DNA evidence is exonerating a lot of people. And also our laws aren't fair at all. I mean, we have minorities in prison at a high rate for doing the exact same thing a white person would do, and they're not incarcerated. So I don't know. I mean,
yeah, there's a long process. It can take, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years sometimes before all the appeals are, you go through all the appeals before the execution actually takes place. It varies from state to state, obviously. But I think the death penalty is more revenge, really. It's just more revenge more than anything else. There are some countries where there is no death penalty. The most extreme country I know of, I think it's Norway. No matter what the crime, you get 25 years and that's it. Now, if you're mentally unbalanced, can't hear you.
And it's not 28.
Oh, it's like she went around the other side of the moon. We can't hear her.
Yeah, you
Static, you're breaking up.
Is that better? I forgot to plug my microphone back in. Sorry. I was peeing. You didn't want to hear that or see that. What was I going to say? I said, no, it's not 25 years. It's about 3 years. Because they said locking anyone up for any crime longer than that, yeah, just makes them a professional.
Wait.
Look it up.
I'm looking it up.
It's not 25 years.
I mean,
I don't know if it's Norway.
I've heard worse than peeing before.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm joking. And anyway, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If somebody's murdered somebody, chances are it's pretty good that they might do it again. So you just got to keep them separated from.
It's protecting society.
Yeah,
from
you're protecting society.
And if they're locked up for life, what's the point? However, so yeah, we don't have the death penalty here. This is just my personal view and does not represent the views of anyone else. Yeah, but okay. I don't trust the system to decide who's guilty and who's innocent after doing a law degree. I don't trust it. So no, I don't want the death penalty to be part of our system again. But I've got no.
And look, we take a jury of peers, and they're not really the smartest people in the book to decide on anything in this nation.
No, they're not. If you're too educated, they won't take you because you've got to represent the average person. Yeah. So no, I don't trust the system at all to decide that. I'm just saying I've got no problem with people like that dying.
Yeah, our system. Well, first of all, everybody's voter is going to go on the jury roll, but then you can be excluded if you have some kind of direct involvement in the case. There's a whole bunch of exclusions. But basically, education is doesn't make a bit of difference what your education is, what your job is. There's things. Okay. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say here it does. Like, so for example, right before I started my law degree, I got it would have been about 6 months before I started my law degree. I got a letter to say that I'd been picked for like jury duty. And so I had to be like basically available for those duties, but I didn't get picked for any cases, but I was, got the letter, and which I thought was really cool, and I wanted to be on it. And then, but having a law degree, I'm actually not allowed to serve on a jury now. Like that's it. So I never get to do jury. No, I wanted to do jury duty. It would have been cool, but I don't get to ever now.
I want to do grand jury duty.
Yeah. So I'm too educated in the law to serve on a jury. This is why I don't trust the system. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so morally, got no problem with killing the bastards, but I don't trust the system to decide who's innocent and who's guilty. That's it.
Yeah, there are too many cases of an innocent person being executed. That is true. So that's why I'm opposed to capital punishment.
Georgia executed an innocent person like 2 years ago, and which in the United States you would think we'd know better, but
the issue is, I mean, the issue is how many cases are there where someone was given the death penalty or life imprisonment, and for some reason they were paroled and they went out of prison and committed another murder. That has happened, but it's rare. But you go to how many cases of those do you have against how many cases where an innocent person has been executed?
Is it rare, or have they just gotten better at covering it up? You don't know.
Yeah, that could be.
Like when they go to jail, this is the thing, right? If they go to jail, this is Norway or wherever it is, where they only go for 3 years maximum.
21 years. I just looked it up. It's 21 years.
Then it's another country. There is one of those Scandinavian countries that's only like 3 years. I promise. Because they say any longer than that is they're forming relationships with other criminals. They're learning from each other. They're learning better skills and stuff. They're forming gangs. So when they come out, they're a much worse criminal than they were when they.
That's what happens here.
So what I'm saying is, you say, oh, it's rare that they commit murder when they come out again. Is it? Maybe they just got better at it because they exchanged tips with other murderers while they're in there. You don't know.
I can only go by the evidence.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's what I'm saying. Law does not equal justice. It's got nothing to do with it.
If we're ranting, the biggest unjust part of the system in the United States is the bail system. Because there, you can spend a year in jail, even though you've never been convicted of a crime, because you couldn't afford bail and your trial hasn't come up. And in the cases I've read about, these are usually young people. More often than not, they're young people of color, and they're certainly poor people. So the bail system is this part of the system I think they should just completely eliminate.
The bail system?
Yeah, no, but the question, should you be incarcerated? Are you a threat to flee? That's the question. If the only reason for putting, I haven't been convicted of a crime, but that's the question.
Yeah, if you're arrested for resisting arrest, you haven't committed a crime. You should never be arrested for resisting arrest. And that has happened in this state. I know I'm going on a tangent, but
no, I mean, we're not going to solve all the world's problems in this show, but I mean, just thinking about what you just said then, Ed, you know, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Bail is about whether you're going to flee or not about guilt or innocence. Why not take passports and even driver's licenses off people so they can't even hire a car to go interstate or something, so that they're stuck on public transport for a while until they... Yeah, what's wrong with that? Or getting lifts with friends or something. That makes it harder to flee.
Well, it's hard to enforce unless you tail somebody around. But yeah, I understand. All we do is take their passport away so they can't cross the border.
You do that already? Okay.
I mean, if you're facing a possible sentence of many years in jail, you got to find a way to get out of the country. You may not do it legally. You're going to find a way to get the heck out of the country. And the more money you have, the greater the odds are somebody's going to get you out of the country. So the financial part of the system should be eliminated. The only question should be, what is the risk? Oh, what kind of a crime are we talking about? What is the risk that you will flee? And I think in some cases you should say, okay, resisting arrest or whatever, if they don't put you before a trial within 6 months, that's it. You're home free. There should be a limit to the length of time it takes for them to put you on trial, and that should be doubly true if you...
I mean, it's in our Constitution that you have a right to expedient trial. It's not that we have long stays, but there are juvenile cases that we have put juveniles in jail for not even committed a crime. They've been put in prison for over a year and died there. But I mean, we got a long way for our system. But you know, like you said, we're not going to fix it right here. So
okay, so why not put ankle bracelets with GPS tracking on just everyone and let them out, and that saves a lot of money on keeping them in while they were waiting trial.
Exactly.
Ankle bracelets on everyone. And if you're going to go to the extreme of cutting your leg off to get free, well, you know, you're without a leg now, aren't you? That's pretty punishment.
And that would cut down. I mean, they're expensive, so that would cut down on all the false low arrests that we get. We get a lot of BS charges. So yeah,
that would help, and that's what they do in some cases. But then there's ways of beating that. There are ways of beating that system. So I don't think we're.
All right, Ed. It is way past my time, so... Oh, Patrick's here. Good.
Ham dog. Honey, got a couple more...
No, I was saying hi to Patrick.
Hello.
Hello.
Patrick, you could take over for me. I'm out of here, buddy.
Oh, bummer.
And Ulysses, you were spending time today in your resistance group.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
You're part of the resistance movement.
Yep. Got to get more people aware, get them more activated in politics, active in politics. We need to enlighten. We're having a problem with the younger generation because it actually involves going outside your comfort zone and interacting with people and talking to people and not just signing move on petitions online. I think it's hard. It's hard for anybody, I guess, to be active in your government. I know I'm talking government and Mike doesn't like it, but that's the whole point, is we got to get more people involved. And we're in the state of Virginia now. We're facing it's going to the state Supreme Court, but there has been we're fighting these gerrymandering districts where we have toilet bowl districts that are weird shape that don't represent the people. So we're kind of fighting that. We're helping that along. Maybe that will make democracy a more fair process in our nation. So got a lot of ground to cover.
I have joined some organizations. I know Pamela has as well. And okay, it's not, this is just a couple of organizations I've been part of. One of my condominium association. I was president of the condominium association. People are assholes. You go there and you say, okay, everybody, who wants to volunteer? Everybody wants to volunteer.
Nobody.
You show up.
Because their mothers didn't punish and scold them enough.
Yes, because their parents didn't teach them not to be assholes when they were kids. And now they've grown up to be an adult asshole. That was our theory from earlier on, Patrick.
That's true of previous generations as well.
Uh-huh.
Looking at you, Ed.
Oh, it's not
I'm
an
not looking at you. I'm looking at your generation.
I mean, I think this is a good thing. We've got more people motivated to contact their congressman and senator and state representative. I think Trump is a good thing because we've got more people volunteering to run for office. Because like of the off-season election or state election, all the incumbents ran unopposed. We didn't have anybody from any opposing parties run against them. And this year, all of them are opposed. We've got people who stepped up. I talked to one of them. He was a musician for the 18th Virginia district, and he just said, "This is crazy." And what motivated him is he went to the Women's March on January 21st, and he said that personally motivated him. And good for him. I mean, he's not inside my district, but I support him. And we need more people, young people. He's younger than me. He's in his, late 20s?
I would, for those who still have smartphones, I would recommend looking at an app called Countable. It's, it will, I don't know if it's for outside the states, but for at least inside the states, it will give you updates on everything that your representatives are doing. It's a bit unnerving because there's a lot of updates, and so if you're wary of being notified by a lot of stuff, that might get you to stop paying attention. But I would urge you to keep paying attention, because then you realize what people are actually voting on and whatnot.
Yeah, and nowadays, I mean, the information is a lot and fast coming at you. It's hard to keep up. And I was talking to, most of them are more senior to me in this group, and it's just overwhelming the amount. I mean, they're just now paying attention, and it's overwhelming the amount of news and information, and they try and make sense of it all by just going through the bills. And I need to start paying more attention to Whitman. That was my role. But we have a Facebook page. They have a Google what is it? at what do they call it? Google Groups meetup.
Yeah, Google group.
Yeah, so they use that to send out mass emails, just to let everybody know what our representatives are doing. Plus, you know, we got that. I've got that app that you said. So, but
Yeah, and countable when you like read a comment on the thread about whatever bill or whatever it is. Apparently, it gets sent to your representative as well.
oh wow, good. Yeah, that's right. And the most important thing is to call them. Is to call your congressman, and my congressman's staff know me by voice, so it's pretty bad. Like, hi, I guess this is Scott from Bealton. They're like, hey, Scott, you know. I was like, wow, am I bothering you guys? No. We really appreciate your input. It's like, so you know, they are. I know they try to keep you they want you to vote for them, but if they're not going to do what you want them to do. And the thing with Whitman is he's in a very purple district. He's not secure like David Brad is, or what's his name? There's a congressman just south of here. He said that we don't live in a democracy, and I can do whatever I want. This is going to be an interesting off-year election, is all I can say.
Well, I was surprised, and it was the resistance and the opposition that the House representatives got from their constituents that stopped dead in its tracks, this attempt to revise the Affordable Care Act. That surprised me, but it worked. It really did work. And that's what we're seeing in the House anyway. House people are up every 2 years. You're up every 2 years. You better keep on top of what the heck the people in your district think.
They're trying to blame the conservative Freedom Caucus for that. I don't think so.
No. It says people finally waking up and saying, hey, wait a second. This thing that everybody's been yelling about, it's going to hit me. You know, they're finally realizing it. So you guys, the resistance people did a good job this time. Kind of surprised me.
All right, guys. It's late.
Okay.
I'll see y'all next week.
See you next week.
All right. Bye.
Night.
Night. Bye, Chelsea. Bye, Patrick.
Patrick posted something in our chat area, which I read about, that it's funny and it's not funny. It's the one I'm thinking about. Go ahead.
I found it thoroughly entertaining. I just finished reading it. That's why I wasn't on.
So what's happening? What happened? Maybe you can explain it and we can all get a good chuckle.
It's there's this stupid new reality show on MTV now that's I don't know what it's actually called, but it's like the theme is that there's a bunch of millennials stranded on an island, and if they last 40 days, they get $1 million at the end, except the caveat is that they can spend portions of the $1 million and get various items and stuff during the contest. But the items are like, you can buy a match and a piece of sandpaper to light it from, and it costs them $1,000. Or they can buy a hamburger or a pizza for $5,000, or various other supplies. But otherwise, it's just like Survivor, except with millennials. And so Backpacker, the magazine, they have some on-staff people of the same age, and they are commenting on the they're writing a blog and basically making fun of the people in the contest with their know-how and whatnot, saying like, oh, they should be doing this or that, or we think this person will probably win because they've done this and that and stuff like that. It's I have not watched the show and I will not watch the show, but the commentary is hilarious. And they put in links about like what they should be doing. Like they did this, but if you want to learn about it, come over here to our article from yesteryear, and we'll show you how to really forge a river or build a shelter.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was thinking of.
5 commentaries so far, because there's only 5 episodes so far.
There was a survivalist show, and I think it's in Europe someplace. I don't remember the details. Read about it yesterday, where it was 10 episodes. The guys went off into the wilderness. Guys and girls went off into the wilderness for 10 weeks or something like that. The show got canceled after like the 3rd week, but they didn't tell. So the people spent 10 weeks out in the wilderness. They come back and discover the show was canceled after 3 episodes. I don't know if they got paid or whatever, but.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you still get your prize money, well, who cares? It's probably better that people don't watch you being a dickhead. But if you don't get your prize money,
we call the prize money the first stream of advertising.
Yeah, maybe they didn't. But I'm going to guess it's possible they didn't get enough money to pay the prizes. And unless you ask for the money in advance, you could be out of luck. I don't know. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, so there's like 6 people left on this thing. I think it started out with 10. And at the end of each blog post, they rate the contestants on what skills they've put in on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being worse and 10 being the best. So far, there's a farm girl on there and some jock that seems to be winning. Farm girl is probably going to win because she actually enjoys being there.
there was at a reality show that I liked years and years ago, but it didn't. I don't know. I don't think it went very long. Or I didn't go very long here. Yeah. And what was it called? It was. I can't remember what it was called, but they had like children of millionaires and billionaires, and when I say children, I mean like early 20s, whatever.
Yeah.
And really poor people. Right? And then they all got, and they had like a rich person and a poor person had to pair up in teams, and it was like a bit of a, they had to do jobs and stuff. It wasn't quite survivalist, but it was jobs and stuff. And it's to see who would survive, you know, in the real world. And of course, you know, the poor people did better. Because they're really suave, you know, billionaire. They were crying. One of them had to clean a toilet, and he was blubbering like a baby. He was. Never seen anything like it. I felt really bad for the guy. I'm like, dude. But they had a lot more respect, you know, their janitors after that, and like they did fruit picking, and they're like, oh, I'm never going to waste food again now that I know how it gets to my table, because I never really thought about it before. And then, of course, you had the scandals of where the rich girls were hooking up with the really hot poor guys, but what would daddy say? And
Yeah.
I really like that show. I'm sorry, you're probably judging me now, but I thought it was really good. And it didn't go for very long. I only saw 5 episodes.
I try and stay away from reality shows. Well, I don't own a TV, so I didn't even know this thing was going on.
This was back like 14 years ago when I had a TV.
Yeah, like when reality shows just started taking off. Yeah, like the farm girl, she seems to like to steal people's provisions, apparently. And none of them have started to forage for anything. They're all buying their food, which is just like, I mean, being a vegetarian, I would probably try to buy all my food because it'd be easier than trying to hunt stuff. But maybe I would be for actually hunting, because then you're actually like, you kill it, you eat it yourself and whatnot. But I'm not really into that stuff. So.
No, but you can do well with bugs. I mean, as a vegetarian too, I don't eat them. But in a survivalist mode, yeah, I'm sorry, cricket, I'd be chewing on you.
Like there was one guy who actually built a proper lean-to, so there's that. But like the first person didn't last 24 hours. She was like, I never finish anything, I'm leaving, bye. So yeah, I highly recommend reading these blog posts on it. It's hilarious. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I bookmarked it. I'll read it after this.
All right. There's 5 of them so far. There should be probably another 10, I would guess, based on how time is progressing on it.
Yeah, it's all, we're going completely off topic now, but I was going to say I don't really watch anything, but I don't know if you saw, I wrote on my Facebook the other day, Chelsea had me up at 20 to 5 a.m. 2 days in a row, and on the second day she went back to sleep at about 6:30, but I'd already had a couple of coffees to keep up with her, so I was like, but not coherent enough. No, darling, not now. I wasn't coherent enough to do anything intelligent. So I watched Broadchurch, which had been on the night before. I watched it on the internet. You know Broadchurch?
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
Yeah, it's quite good. Anyway, so I watched that, and then I had recommended Catfish. And so I thought, what's that all about? And now I'm totally addicted to Catfish. Oh my gosh, have you seen that show?
No, but is it about people being stood up on blind dates?
More than that, no. It's people deliberately hooking people into, I don't even know what this means, online relationships. For years, they don't meet, and then they give these excuses not to meet. So they get these guys to figure out why. And sometimes it's actually a happy ending, but most of the time, you know, they just scam after their money and stuff. But
yeah.
How can you be in an online relationship? Like you might be
it's the same as being in a long distance relationship, except most of it happens over texting as opposed to phone calls.
No, but in a long distance relationship, generally you've met each other, had some sex, someone had to move away for work or whatever, and you fly and you visit each other. This is just purely online. Anyway, I just think that was weird. It's not just meeting people online.
It's pretty common. Actually.
So it's not just people meeting online and then hooking up. It's people having a whole relationship online and never meeting. And often they're not even and they're not even,
I mean, you can call it a relationship without physical interaction. It's more, I mean, platonic friends, but like wanting more but not being able to because of constraints and stuff.
Anyway, some of it is all right, but some of it's really messed up. I got hooked on it, but I'm done now. I won't watch anymore. But I did binge watch a little bit of it on YouTube. I will admit that, and I was highly entertained. And honey, and so now I don't know if you've seen on my Facebook. I'm going. Okay, honey, hang on. I'm just going through and cleaning up my Facebook because I saw that if they can't tell if someone's real or not, they start contacting their Facebook friends to see, you know, do you actually know this person? So now I don't want anyone contacting me I don't want to be linked to any douchebag catfish people. So if I don't know them for sure, I'm deleting them.
I only have like 30 people on there, so I could probably delete a bunch of people.
Yeah, I added a heap of people years ago when I was doing a lot of online activism more than I do now, and I was doing the whole networking thing. But now I have a page for that. So whereas I don't think Facebook even had pages back then. They had groups, but not pages. Yeah. So anyway, sweetie, that's my phone. So I don't need them on my profile anymore because I have pages for that. That's what I'm saying. And now I'm just going through and doing a cleanup. But that's why the cleanup was inspired by catfish.
See.
Reality shows and hookup shows. That's a great. I don't know.
They're not
I was
up.
impressed when you showed me the TARDIS smartphone. I was impressed when you're a fan of Doctor Who. But catfish? I don't know. I don't know.
Have you watched it? At 5 a.m.
Because you posted, I go to YouTube, I looked at the trailer, and I said, what the hell is this about?
No, I've never done any online dating in my life. No, I've never been on any of those. I have no problem with other people do. I don't know. I meet plenty of people in the flesh. I haven't run out of fleshy people to date yet, so I haven't bothered going to the trouble of doing online dating. It seems like a lot of work. Anyway, but yeah, so I was intrigued. Yeah, so I was intrigued by all of that.
Mike in the chat room is saying, aren't we having a casual relationship now? don't know, Pamela. You having a casual relationship with Mike Jobin through the internet here? I don't know.
Not that I know of, Mike. I'm sorry. No. You'd know it if we were. I'm not shy.
Pamela's not subtle about that stuff.
No. No, I'm not shy at all about anything, so you'd know it for sure. Don't worry. What was I saying? Yeah, so anyway, so that's probably why I find it extra intriguing, because I'm like, really? People are doing this? Really? Yeah. And I find it really upsetting. So you know, people use fake photos because they're ugly. But the person falls in love with their personality. And so it's great when they actually go, I don't care what you look like, I love you. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. But then they come along and they go, and I think, oh, that's mean. That's not, they're obviously not in love with the person then. But yeah, and even when they turn out to be the different gender than they were expecting and things like that, or yeah. I just find it really intriguing. Anyway, that's just me.
I think this falls under the general category of chick television, like chick flicks, chick television. Nobody with an X chromosome is going to be watching any of this stuff. I'm sorry.
No, you get a Y chromosome. I have two X's. Two X
Y
chromosomes.
chromosome, excuse me.
Yeah, you got an X and a Y.
Men have an X and a Y, so yes, lots of people with an X chromosome will be watching.
Everyone has X's. Not everyone has Y. No, but I don't watch chick flicks. I don't do romantic comedies. I don't do any of that crap. I really don't. And I don't watch soap operas. I don't do anything like that. I just felt, okay, maybe it was just 5 a.m. But I thought it was really intriguing just because I've never delved into this world. So I had no idea that that's what people are out there doing. Yeah. So, but they go, what gets me is they go on for years without even video chatting.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just an impatient.
Well, I saw a documentary a long time ago, like when the internet, like when video chatting was like just starting to be a thing because the internet was getting fast enough to do it. And there's people who would have long distance relationships via like Skype and whatnot, and they'd just always have each other on Skype and they'd always be talking and whatnot. And then when they finally get in person, they realize that they more or less romanticized the laptop or the phone or something as opposed to the actual person. And so when the person's there, it's completely different and it doesn't work out. So they have to like wean themselves off of the device that they're, and then, yeah, so.
Yeah, but even that's not the same thing. Like that's more realistic. This is just people like having full-on relationships over text and stuff. And I think, really?
Yeah.
But maybe I'm just an impatient person. I couldn't do that. I'd be like, you know, if I want you, I want you. I'm not waiting 3 years to find out. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's just me. Obviously, I'm not romantic enough, evidently.
Times have changed. I've got a friend, and he was overseas in World War II in Italy, and him and his future wife, they corresponded for like 4 or 5 years through letters. So that's a letter going into the mail, getting shipped over to the U.S. and coming back. 600 letters. They corresponded.
That's a slow conversation.
They had never met. They knew they were from the same town. They knew a friend of a friend. So they started exchanging letters. 5 years, 600 letters before they even met. And then they came home, and then he came back to the States, and then they got married. Well, no dates or anything. Exchanging 600 letters, came home, got married. So times change.
Yeah, I mean they're not all catfish. Some of them are genuine, and like one of them went on for 8 years, and then they finally met, and they're like, "Yep, getting married, having babies." They were both telling the truth the whole time, but because they hadn't video chatted or anything, they were getting a bit worried that the other one wasn't real. But it turned out they were. But yeah. Anyway, I just found it an interesting show from a I can't even pronounce it. Anthropology perspective. You know, just social interactions, humans and stuff.
Now I can't say it. I could say it before.
You can't say it. I know. I'm just got tongue-tied, so there you go. And
Anthropomorphizing.
that's it. No, that's when you make animals human, isn't it? You know, like you assign human traits to animal behavior, I think. Anyway, doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. Humans interaction. And look, I'm not an expert. I'm, you know, divorced and halfway through my 30s. So what do I know about relationships? Maybe they've got it exactly right. Maybe that's what you should be doing, people, talking online for years and getting to know someone, not getting pregnant on your third date with a backpacker. I'm not saying I'm right either. I'm just saying it's
that sounds
different.
more interesting, frankly.
Getting pregnant on your third date to a backpacker. Well, it made for a few interesting years, let me tell you.
It says a catfish scam, it's a scam, occurs when someone assumes a persona in order to trick another person into believing that they're really the person online. Can go to extremes, etc. So you're impersonating. It's an intentional thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just surprised how many people do it. But it doesn't affect me because I don't date online anyway. So
If you're,
but don't judge until you watched it, Ed. It's fascinating.
I can, depending how you cause, you know, the term relationship. I can see, for instance, you have two people online and they connect because they have a common interest. And so then they start, you know, correspond, they go online with each other. Maybe they go into private chat rooms, maybe even they do Skype, but they never meet. So they're never meeting. Could they be said to be, I mean, it is a romantic kind of a relationship, even though they'll never meet. Well,
Ed, you said it yourself just a few minutes ago. Your friend had a conversation with someone over 600 letters. It is absolutely no different than an online relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that they're not relationships. I just didn't know this is what was going on because I've never done it or been involved. So I didn't know people were out there doing this. So I found it fascinating. I didn't mean to invalidate anyone's relationship. And then, as I pointed out, I got no idea what I'm doing. So maybe that's the best way to be doing it. Maybe I should be doing it. I don't know. I'm quite happy on doing what I'm doing right now, though. So yeah. Yeah. I just found it fascinating. That's all. Just to study people.
okay. I've got one more science story to go through. We've covered a lot today. Some of it in science, but this has to do with event horizons. And I included this because we're talking about collaboration and that's increasingly becoming necessary, certainly in the field of science, universities and people collaborating with one another. And in this particular case, let me screen share so you don't have to look at my bald head. Don't want anybody catfishing me because of my bald head. I don't know. That might turn on some people. But in any event, there you go. That's a black hole event horizon.
We're looking at you, Pamela.
All right.
What? Because my ex-husband was bald.
Half the guys in the world are bald now.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how many women are going bald now.
Are they?
50s and 60s. I never noticed it before.
I better check. Stress.
Okay. That could be it. I don't know. All right. Event horizons. Got a bunch of astronomers. They're getting together and they want to observe an event horizon. Let's see. They want to collect observations at a scale never before attempted. They're going to generate 2 petabytes of data each night. And this is a group of astronomers. They're across 4 continents. I'm not sure it talks about how many of them are connected, but they almost connect, you know, a large that cover a large chunk of the Earth itself, and they all will have their telescopes looking at the same exact spot in the universe. And they're going to be generating 2 petabytes of data each night. This is called the Event Horizon Telescope. Team up of radio telescopes stationed across the globe to create a virtual observatory as big as the Earth. The researchers hope they will shift through a mountain of data. They will capture the first detailed ever recorded of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. They expect pictures as well as pictures of a much larger one and a more distant galaxy, M87. By capturing images of what happens outside the zone, the scientists will be able to put Einstein's general theory of relativity to its most stringent test. The images could also help explain how some supermassive black holes periodically produce spectacular energetic jets. In April, this EHT team will have a total of 4, possibly 5 nights of observing time, small window of time. The limit set mostly by the use of their state-of-the-art US $1.4 billion Atacama large military array in Chile. At each observation station, atomic clocks will tag the arrival time of every crest and trough of every electromagnetic wave to the nearest 1/10 of a nanosecond. Woo. In typical interferometry, the arrival times at different locations are compared in real time and triangulated to their point of origin to construct a large image. But so many observatories scattered around the world, including in places with slow internet links, the researchers will have to record the streams separately and compare them later. We're not going to have a picture appear before us on the screen. A typical night will yield about as much data as a year's worth of experiments at the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, Switzerland. The racks of hard disks containing the data will be flown to 2 central locations where the computer clusters will be combined into one picture, and a task that will take up to 6 months. Well, and really I included that because of the size and scale of the kind of cooperation that this particular project takes. Pretty amazing. And maybe they will be able to observe a black hole horizon.
I look forward to the results.
Pretty amazing. All right. Let's see. I'm going to check. What do you guys want to talk about? Something? I will check some other stories I had on my list.
I'm making my supper.
Making your supper. I'm having a banana.
I'm making gnocchi. Gnocchi.
Excuse me?
Gnocchi. It's potato dumpling.
Gnocchi. Okay. Misunderstood you.
Gnocchi.
Potato dumplings.
Okay, well, I don't know, but in Australia it's gnocchi, what you're talking about. Gnocchi is something that you wouldn't do it. Well, you might do it on camera. I don't know. I wouldn't be doing it on camera.
Depends how much you pay.
Not live anyway.
Let's see. Opinions on climate change across the United States. I printed this story out. I will include the link. And the interesting thing is the vast majority of Americans believe that climate change, screen share, there we go, 6 maps, climate change. And the one, well, first of all, 69% of the people believe that limits should be placed on coal-fired plants. We already talked about that earlier. Coal-fired plants are in a dramatic decline worldwide. Okay, now, there's 2 maps here, people's opinions. Global warming will harm people in the United States. And you can see the vast amount of people across the United States, except for a few pockets, believe that global warming will harm people in the United States. But global warming will harm me personally. Very, very few people actually think it'll harm them personally. Bizarre. If it's going to harm the United States, it's certainly going to harm them, but they don't think it's going to harm them. And I think
if infrastructure keeps up, then it won't harm anybody. It'll just inconvenience people.
Well, if you believe it's going to harm the United States, and you live in the United States, you got to.
I disagree with the premise of the question.
Okay. Explain yourself.
It can harm the, there's various definitions of harming the United States. Like harming the United States, like, oh, the economy goes down or something like that.
Okay.
Or
I get what you mean. Okay.
like the economy can go down and you can be perfectly fine. I mean, you might not be able to buy as much as you had before, but so what? You don't need all that crap anyways.
Yeah. So an idea could be one reason more people don't support congressional government action on climate change because it isn't going to harm them. Even though they recognize it'll harm the country as a whole, they don't really care because it's not going to harm them. Here you have a little map of Texas, which would be no surprise for you, Houston. Parts of the states believe that it will do harm, and parts of the states not worried about it much at all. And you got the poor old people of Dallas who are kind of stuck in that one little they're skeptics surrounded by people who don't think it's a problem. And there's where the people are talking about climate change, and obviously in the middle of the country in the South, don't much care about climate change. Okay, whatever.
Doesn't affect us. What do we care?
Yeah. Okay. Our friend was amused by the noogie comment.
Gnocchi.
Gnocchi.
Or Nochi, if you want to pronounce it with a CH.
I don't know about Nochi.
All right. A study into who is least afraid of death. How's that for an interesting topic?
Probably kids, and then it goes up higher the older they get. And then once they hit like 22, they realize, oh yeah, I can die. And then they're really scared of it. And then you forget about it for a little while. And as you keep getting older every day, you're like, oh, I could die, I could die, I could die, I could die. And then I would say someone in Ed's position might be a little bit more scared of death than other people.
Just the opposite.
All right.
First of all, it says atheists are among the least afraid of dying. That's kind of interesting because if you have a religious faith and you die, you're going to go off to heaven, hopefully. I guess if you've been a bad person and then you die and you believe in hell, well, that's not so good.
Well, you could say the religious people really don't know if they're going to heaven or hell because all those sins and whatever they're believing in, they've probably committed the majority of them. And so they're not quite sure if they're going to heaven or hell. So they're scared of dying.
let's see, 18% of the studies found that religious people were more afraid of dying than non-religious people. That is a surprise because I've got, in fact, I know friends, and I attended an online funeral of one of my Facebook friends. And they, these are evangelical Christian, and they believe the person's going to heaven, so they weren't sad. They had a reception afterward, a little bit of kind of a celebration, not exactly the Irish celebration funeral, but okay. So why aren't atheists afraid of dying?
Because nothing happens. So why would you be afraid of death?
Yeah, but your life's over. No
yeah,
more.
but okay.
Death
So
is
you
basically going into a deep
no more.
state that you never wake up from and you don't dream in.
yeah. Okay, so you either it happens quickly, so you don't have time to worry about it anyway, or you get terminally ill and you have plenty of time to wrap things up. So what's there to be afraid of? You're either going to go like that, or you're going to have time to sort stuff out.
Could it be rational thinking? You're rationaling what's the process.
I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of dying quickly, like in an accident, before Chelsea's old enough to look after herself.
Okay.
But if I got terminally ill, then I've got time to set her up. Yeah, so I'm not afraid of the death. And then like once she's 16 or whatever, or over, she'll be all right. It would suck, but she'll be okay. So that's all I worry about. I'm not worried about my own death. I'm worried about my daughter being left in the lurch without her mum.
Yeah, the vast majority of people that I know in my age bracket are not afraid of death. They're afraid of incapacitation. That's their big fear. The guys are more afraid of Alzheimer's than cancer. They're more worried about that. So I will guess the older you are, the less you're worried about dying. Because you rationalize it, you're probably you don't have quite as much stress in life, perhaps. I don't know.
I don't think it has anything to do with age. Before I had Chelsea, I had nothing to worry about. So I was jumping out of planes and all sorts of things because it didn't, like I wasn't suicidal or anything. I don't mean that. But yeah, there was nothing to worry about. If I died, well, yeah, I'm sure people would be sad, but it wasn't going to be a major detriment to anyone else. Now that I've got Chelsea, I want to at least survive until she's old enough to look after herself. And then I'll be back to jumping out of planes and doing whatever I want. So I don't think it has anything to do with age. I think it has to do with belief systems. But then if you're talking about just atheists, I don't know. I don't think it's an age thing, though.
I definitely think it's an age thing because kids think they're invincible because they don't know any better. And they tend to heal faster than older people.
I don't know. Okay, so for example, Chelsea's dad, Chris, he used to do motorbike races for charity. He did motorbike stunts. He's one of those guys that could do those 360 turns on the motorbike,
Yeah.
From the age, I think he started riding a motorbike when he was 9. He's 45 now. When I was pregnant here in Australia, he went back to England to sell his car and wrap up his life and get some tenants in the house and that kind of thing to come back over here permanently. Didn't work out, but that's another story. But while he was over there, we were talking, all day, every day kind of thing for while he was there. And he went motorbike riding with some mates, and he had to pull over, and he called me and he said, I can't do it. I've got a baby on the way. I can't do these tricks anymore. And he'd always been fearless. So it was about the stakes had been raised. He had someone he was responsible for that he has to be here for on the planet. So he can no longer do tricks. He can no longer do that. And it's nothing to do with physical capability. It's nothing to do with age. It's just that he wants to be here to see her grow up as well.
Yeah, here's another interesting story with Patrick, who is a vegetarian. Eating of meat. Americans ate 19% less beef from 2005 to 2014. So we've dropped our consumption of beef by 20%. And they talk about, let me screen share this with you. A little graph over here. Pollution reduction, because I guess you need a lot of water to raise cattle. Pollution reduction from food.
You need about 4 times as much water to produce 1 pound of meat as it does to get 1 pound of grain.
Pollution reduction, pollution increase. I don't know what exactly. Beef is on this side. I'm trying to figure out this stupid little chart here. This is the amount of pollution that's reduced. Increase if you consume more. And the interesting thing here is they're saying fresh leaf lettuce. Well, uses a lot of water. Asparagus, cane, beet sugar, 1% milk. Those are on the bad side of the chart. Yogurt is on cheese, butter, American cheese. Yeah, well, can't figure out the little chart, but that is certainly a good trend. We're eating less beef.
I'm vegetarian as well, but there's something else. Sorry, I'm distracted at the moment. I learned the other day, I didn't realize this, but coffee takes about 10 times as much water to make as tea, like to grow, I mean. Mm-hmm. So tea is actually better to drink than coffee from the planet's point of view because it takes much less water to grow it. I didn't realize that. So I might be vegetarian, but I drink coffee. I mean, I drink tea as well, but mainly coffee.
Well, tea is just a leaf, while coffee is a bean. And typically the beans or the seeds of the plant take more water. Like almonds are very water intensive.
Yeah, I just never thought about it before. I learned it the other day and I went, yeah, so what you're saying makes sense for sure, yeah. But I hadn't thought about it. So I might be patting myself on the back going, yay, I don't eat cows, but then I drink coffee, so yeah.
No, okay. The ability these smart devices are giving us to monitor both our diet and our health. Now, certainly with health, you got your little smartphone. I'm a diabetic. The first thing I had to learn is how foods affect my body. Blood sugar level going up or down. So I tested it 6 times a day and everything else. So you've got this device now and increasingly different apps where you can say, you can actually see the negative effect a particular food may have on your health, certainly over the course of a week. You may notice, okay, I'm having heart problems. You do the research, you look at different foods and you say, okay, my cholesterol level goes up if I eat these foods over the course of a week or a month. Goes down if I change my diet. Well, I think these smartphone devices are going to give people more feedback on how foods affect their bodies and their health, and that's going to result in a better educated consumer making smarter decisions about what they buy. And by the same token, you could have an app which tells you the water consumption of a particular product. You go to a grocery store, how much water is this? And I think there are enough people who will take that into consideration. So once again, I think with these smartphone apps giving us more information, that could be a very good thing in terms of what we eat and the carbon footprint even, and healthy food, the amount of water, foods that are good for the environment, not good for the environment. I think these smartphone apps are really going to make a big difference.
Yeah, I gotta say, yeah, no. Well, I was gonna say I don't really use apps. I use a handful of apps, and that's it. I'm not. Yeah, I don't use that stuff. I get on my computer and I Google stuff. I look it up, but to actually walk around with it on my phone, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I doubt anybody's actually doing that. People with serious health effects that have like a specific app for their condition, yeah, sure, I can see that. But in general, people, no. Yeah,
you're exactly right, Patrick. After the fact, they've already got a disease, and the doctor says you got to change your diet, and then they change their diet after the fact.
But only after they've had like an episode of whatever their disease is a couple of times. Like, oh, I'm gonna die if I don't pay attention now, so I gotta really pay attention.
Educated consumer. As consumers get more educated, they make better decisions. A little thing, plastic, use of plastic. Over the last 5 years, I've seen a dramatic increase of the people going to my supermarket and using cloth bags instead of plastic. There's a definite trend away from simple thing like using plastic.
You have to use a canvas bag approximately like 2,000 times before it equals the amount of water and waste that you would get from plastic.
Yeah, that's what I have, canvas bag. And I see more people using them. So again, people make bad decisions in the absence of information. They don't think about it. They don't think about it, they don't care. If they knew it, my hope, once again, apps and things will bring more information to people and they will make better decisions. That's my hope.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I don't fill my phone up with apps. Who sits there? I mean, people obviously do.
People are lazy. That's the starting point for apps and things. They want to, like Patrick's got his device. He can talk to it and it answers back to him.
Yeah.
You don't have to go online or anything. Just ask your device.
You still got to go online looking for these apps. So
See, this is the problem. Everybody thinks that they need to be personally responsible. Like all the environmentalists think that people need to be personally responsible for all of this stuff. It's not people in general, like in their everyday lives, that are causing all the issues. It's industry. You got to get the industry to change. Once the industry changes, it won't really matter the minuscule things that the people are doing, and that'll change slightly over time. But it's industry that you have to rain down on, not on people. So people don't need to worry about the apps. It's people. Industry needs to be more cradle to grave about their production and whatnot. And there are companies that are doing that.
I put less of my faith in companies because companies in general are interested in the profit motive. They don't, they're interested in the profit motive. They're interested in increasing shareholder value. So you've got laying off people. Well, you have, I don't know exactly what it's called. You borrow money to buy a company. You don't have enough money to buy a company. You have a successful company, and if you sell off the parts of the company, you're going to make buckets of money. You're going to lay off a whole bunch of people, but not worried about that. So you can use leverage buyouts or something. I don't know what the heck they call it. You borrow money to buy a company, and then you sell the different parts of the company off, you make a profit, and the people who are part of your consortium make a bunch of money. And every time that happens, one of the ways the investors get their return is by saving money by laying off people. They don't care if they lay off people or not.
Okay, this is a true story, right? So Apple holds their annual shareholder meeting every year, and there was a guy who was pissed off about Apple putting all this money into renewables without expecting a return on investment for it. And he went up to the mic when there was question and answer time, and he said, "Why are you guys doing this?" And Tim Cook, who was CEO at the time and still is, said, "Hey, if you don't like it, sell your shares and go invest in some other company. We're not going to do that here." So I'm saying that the way people are going to have influence on saving the environment, they're going to vote with their dollar. They're going to start spending money at companies that care about the environment and change their ways. The other companies are going to go out of business because nobody wants to do business with people who are screwing up the planet. And as more and more people realize this, that's how the world is going to change. It's not going to change with people using smartphone apps to decide which food is using less water. It's going to be voting with their dollar because they see, oh, this company has more publicity about being better for the environment. That's how stuff's going to change.
I agree with you, but it's going to have to be, my opinion would be, oh, go ahead, Pamela, you were going to say something.
Oh, I was going to say also people need to buy secondhand stuff when they can. You don't need new stuff. There's plenty of really good secondhand stuff out there. My phone, I do have an iPhone, even though I hate Apple. I bought it secondhand for $189. I think retail was like $600 or something. Crazy.
I got my current laptop for $100 because the person thought it was broken, and he just left it turned off for like 6 months, and all of a sudden it was working, but he never turned it on before he sold it to me. And so it's actually, it hasn't broken yet. I mean, I expect it to because it was broken at one point in time. It'll probably just fail again, but $100 ain't bad. It's a nice laptop. I can sell it. I can sell it for parts for $400. I made a really good deal.
Yeah, I bought a refurbished, the iPad I have, which is 5 years old, I bought it refurbished. Still works perfectly fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Instead of giving our money to these companies to make new things, what's wrong with secondhand stuff? It's all floating around there.
I can see more, I can read more about people buying things secondhand, etc. But man, I look at the garbage dumps, etc. See all the stuff that gets thrown away that you could probably repair if you know what the heck you're doing.
The parts I've put into my desktop computer recently have been all used parts. If I bought all that new, it would have cost me like 6 times what I paid for it. And I'm almost fully upgrading my computer with like less than $1,000, which is unheard of for new parts and whatnot. I have 96 gigs of RAM in my computer, and it only cost me $300.
Tomorrow morning, I'm picking up some bunk beds for $40 to buy them, and I'm going to give my friend with a van $20 to pick them up for me, so $60. And new, they would have been the same model, $269 plus delivery, because I don't have a car. So, like one that'll fit the bunks in. So yeah, so it's not just about saving money. It's just about saving resources. Like people moving houses, if they can't sell their bunk beds to me or whomever wants them, then guess where they end up? Garbage dump, because they're moving and they don't want to take them with them. Just because it ends up in a garbage dump doesn't mean it's garbage. It just means people ran out of time.
Yeah, it's hard to judge. I think of, I go on, I watch the shows, the techie shows, I read iMore and places like that, and I visualize when it comes to apps through devices, smartphones, etc. You have the people who want that next shiny thing, and they're looking for ever more powerful smartphones, tablets, etc. And some maybe they need it for the job. My generation, World War II, parents grew up during Depression. You don't buy something new until the old thing breaks and goes away. Then you don't say, I want that nice shiny new thing. I got this thing, it's still working, and I'm going to keep it. But I obviously don't use it as much as a lot of other people do.
Yeah, well, you might have that viewpoint, but my mom grew up since the 50s, and she definitely does not have that viewpoint, because she's all about how my personal car keeps breaking all the time, and she's like, well, you should buy a new car. I was like, no, I shouldn't. I should repair this one. There's no way I'm going to spend $30,000 on a new car when I can spend $250 and repair this thing, and it'll be good for another 3 months. And as far as the time-saving thing that Pamela was talking about, I had a bunch of old clothes that I wanted to get rid of, but I didn't want to throw them away. And I know that all the companies that you just donate clothes to, they just spend some time and sell them on eBay and make some money that way. But I don't really want to try and sell one pair of jeans on eBay that would have cost like 20 bucks at Sears, sell it for $5 or whatever. I'd rather just donate them, which I did this morning, and get them out of the way and let someone else deal with it, and they can have the money.
Yeah.
I just don't want them to go into the landfill.
No, I donate big bags of clothes and stuff to the thrift shops and stuff, so that they sell to support charity. But the thing, and some of them do pick up. Like I think, for example, Lifeline here, which is like a suicide hotline, they do a pickup on Thursdays with the van, and they can come get your furniture and stuff like that. But you got to be home during the day. If you work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, you're moving house on the weekend, your furniture hasn't sold online, you don't have a way to deliver it to the thrift shop. I don't know if you guys have, if you call them skips or whatever. Do you know what a skip is? Like when you hire, it's like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's just a big thing that you can, so they, a tow truck will come and dump
Dumpsters?
Yeah, I guess you call it a dumpster. They'll put it in your driveway or whatever. You fill it up with rubbish, and then they come and take it away. The furniture will end up in a skip or the dumpster if you don't sell it in time. That's what I'm saying. And they just go and dump it.
So question then, do you have skip diving, or is it still called dumpster diving?
But I had a skip once, about a decade ago, and there was a broken lawnmower in it. And I had a guy come along off the street and go, hey, he'd been going for my skip. And he's, yeah, I'm doing it, honey. Making mashed potato. And he said, can I have that lawnmower? And I'm like, yeah, mate, you can have anything in there. Take it all. I don't care. He's like, great. So he took it. He obviously had other.
I was biking around one day, and I found 2 reel-to-reel tape players in a dumpster.
He said he had like a lawnmower.
And so I came back later with my car, and I picked them up, and my brother-in-law now has them because he's a musician, and he repaired at least one of them.
I have bought clothes at Goodwill, and there's Goodwill places. People donate the clothing, etc. You go in, you buy them from Goodwill, okay? And they're all over the place. But if you learn the game, what you do is you go to the rich towns, Greenwich, Danbury, Greenwich, Darien, Ryland, because the rich people, they buy clothes and they just throw them out. You know, they wear them twice and then just throw them out. So if you go to a Goodwill shop near a rich town, you will find some terrific clothing at, you know, a quarter or maybe more. You find some really good clothing.
Well, that's not necessarily
Goodwill to shop.
That's not necessarily true anymore. Goodwill usually takes the really good stuff and they put them on their eBay account, and they sell it for more. So, like, if they found like actual valuables, like antique stuff, they'll sell them on their eBay account.
I think I could. I'm going to guess. I haven't bought new clothes in years, but in fact, there's a couple of in my town. My town's not a rich town, you know, closed shops, etc. Not exactly a dying town, but it's on life support. So there are a lot of consignment shops. There's a couple of consignment shops, and that's where I'll do my shopping. I could hop on the highway and drive to a local mall and buy something that cost much more. And that's what most of the people do that I see.
The only pairs of shorts, I have 4 pairs of shorts I still own. They're from middle school, and they still fit me just fine. They're kind of tattered, but I haven't bought any new ones. I figure I should buy some, but I can't really justify it because I can still wear these, and they don't do anything.
Well, unfortunately,
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Pamela.
I was gonna say, I think I bought this new for $8 or so 20 years ago. That was it. I was just saying, yeah, I wear stuff forever until it falls apart.
I tell people this, and some people like recoil, like that's disgusting that you're wearing the same clothes that you bought 15, 20 years ago. I was like, why is that disgusting? I washed them. They're still, they're not like, it's not like I haven't washed them since I got them 20 years ago. They don't reek like some hobo or anything.
Where do you think I got my thrift habits from my family? We didn't have much money growing up, and I got the Sunday suit, the Easter Sunday. That was it. That was my Sunday suit. And other, you know, if we went, all my presents were clothes. I went someplace, I got clothes because everybody knew we didn't have a lot of money. So I got my thrift from my family. I'm wondering.
I'm kind of a mixed bag because my parents were both teachers growing up, so we didn't have a lot of money because teachers don't get paid well here. And so we never had like a game console or anything growing up. So like the kids had to pool together to get that. And that was only like once. Yeah, so we never had any fancy toys or anything like that. But they would always buy a new car every few years. And I always found that to be odd. Like, why do you need to have this new car that you're always going to have a bill on? Why don't you just pay it off? Why are you remodeling your house that's going to spend another 10 years on your mortgage when you could just pay it off and then do some fixer-up things here and there? It's like, I just don't understand that at all. So, I don't, it's kind of half and half for me.
I know my getting a new car every so many years had to do with the resale value. Trading at a time when you could get a lot in resale value, so you didn't have to pay that much more for the new car. And that was the idea.
Yeah, but I think that's BS because you're spending that if you're not paying cash for your car, then you're taking out a loan on it and you're paying interest on the loan. Surely it is a better deal to have your car long enough to fully pay it off and then just live off of that car as long as you can, and then you save money that way. As long as the car is functional and gets you from point A to point B and it suits your needs, why do you need to buy a new one? Cuba is a really good example.
Pamela, you use mass transit a fair amount?
Yep.
The argument I hear against mass transit is you're waiting. You spend too much time waiting. Much better to have your own car. You can get from point A to point B quickly and whatever. So the argument I hear people who don't like to use mass transit, don't want to, not popular in the US, is waiting, the time you have to wait at the stop and everything else.
Well, why are they getting to the stop so early that they have to wait a long time?
Well, they gotta. I guess it comes down to the reliability of the time schedule.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a
they
schedule.
gotta make sure they're there when the bus comes or the train comes.
Yeah, no, I don't find waiting an issue. you know what the schedule is, so you go there at the right time. Doesn't make any sense. If there's a car accident or something on the highway, then you're going to have to wait. But if you're driving in a car, you're also going to have to wait for the same car accident. So those people are idiots. Sorry, I don't know what they're talking about. Also, that time, if I am waiting, that time for me is not wasted. Before I had Chelsea, I listened to podcasts on my iPod, such as This Week in Science. So that wasn't a wasted time. And now I play learning games with Chelsea at bus stops while we wait. So that time is not wasted. So and not that I'm waiting long, because I know how to read a schedule and I know how to read the time. So I go at the right time, so I'm not waiting too long. Yeah. And then the time actually on the bus is not wasted, because again, before I had Chelsea, I was listening to podcasts, so I was learning, or university lectures as well, listening to them. And now that I have Chelsea, we talk and learn the whole time. She loves the bus, and I can't do that if I'm driving, because I've got to concentrate on the road.
Yeah. When there was the oil embargo, and I forget when that happened, companies, I worked at suburban companies, not in the cities, outside the cities. You work in the cities, you can easily use mass transit. I use mass transit. But when you're talking about these industrial parks and things, you got to have a car. You don't have regularly scheduled buses going by, so you have to have a car. And during that oil embargo, what they did was they would get a group together. Even maybe the company would supply a not a bus, but a large vehicle. I don't know, where you could put 6, 8 people on it. Maybe the company would supply it. Maybe the people would rent it. I forget. But they would use this, and somebody would go around, and every week they would alternate who's doing the driving and go around to different places nearby and pick up people. And that was perfectly acceptable. But as soon as the oil embargo went away, everybody had to go back using their own car. And then you got everybody stuck in traffic jams.
NASA does that. NASA has a program for ride sharing. Well, it's not actually NASA. They have like a partnership with some company that does it. But there's a big van that you can get. And then people sign up who are in the same area of town. And then they switch off driving, or maybe there's a driver, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they switch off driving. But yeah, they have that. And then you don't have to have a car, you can bike. I've been trying to bike more and more because I know that it's not actually as difficult as people make it out to be. And when you first start, yeah, it's a chore. But after you get into it for a few weeks, it's simple as, it's not hard. Like, you can walk places, you can bike places. You don't need a car. Maybe if you're trying to get 100 miles in like an hour, or well, 2 hours probably, then yeah, a car would be nice, although a train would be better. But yeah, you don't need a car.
Where I live, you need a car. Again, everybody lives, it depends on where you live, but where I live, it's hills and valleys. When I mean hills, I mean hills. So I think we're talking, I mentioned it last week, San Francisco type hills.
And I've mentioned it before, I hate biking on flatland. I like biking on hills because hills are fun. You get a lot of exercise climbing up to the top. When you climb up to the top, you get to go all the way down. It's so fun.
I don't know anybody where I live who's going to find it fun biking. The down part, I agree. The up part, I don't know too many people in my neighborhood going to go. In fact, there are people who jog.
Get an electric assist bike.
I don't know anybody who rides a bike in Seymour, a bicycle in Seymour, Connecticut. You don't see them. You see joggers, but you don't see people riding bikes. And the joggers are doing it in the morning before work.
If you don't want to tackle the hills and you're going to be a weakling like that, then get an electric assist bike. They're not that expensive. You can retrofit a current bike. All you do is you screw the motor onto the kickstand spot. It's got an outrunner motor on it with a piece of sandpaper glued to the outside of it. And when you turn it on, it kicks in, so it's right against the wheel, and then it acts like pavement, and it's moving it for you. And then it moves your bike faster. You can get up to 20 miles an hour on those things. Put the battery in your water bottle holder.
Good idea. But what happens when it gets cold? It gets cold outside. I'm chilly. It's minus degrees.
Wow, when you're
and I'm
biking,
right there. Come on.
When you're biking, you're expending energy. You're using energy. You're creating heat. It heats yourself, Ed. Not hard.
To turn you down then. Yeah, no, it doesn't get cold here. Like, it just doesn't, so I don't have to worry about that. I saw a guy, an older guy, on an electric tricycle the other day with a big basket in the back, full of his groceries. Good on him.
Oh, it's a big difference in where you live. Where Kirsten, Portland, places like that. Yeah, people do, in fact, use bicycles. And that's what I never rode a two-wheel bicycle in my life. I could get a tricycle, a little thing in front, and then I would do that if I lived in Portland.
All your excuses are crap. You see people like shivering and cowering inside their car because they're not moving at all. They're just sitting in a frozen vehicle trying to move along. If you're on a bike,
and I'm in the car. I'm listening to the Beyonce. You know,
you can listen to radio on your bike. You have smartphones. I don't recommend it, but you can. Come
on, you got bugs hitting you in the eye. Come on, I'm in my protective.
No, you don't.
You're wearing sunglasses.
You can wear biking glasses. You have less of a surface area for insects to hit you than on a car.
But even, you know, something this person's not watching now, but something I've observed about someone I know who recently got their driver's license in a car, because they're a fair bit younger than me, used to catch buses. So you would think, well, buses are not really much more than driving, right? More exercise. But even just the short walk to and from the bus stop must have made a difference, because this person has significantly, I've noticed, put on some weight since getting a driver's license in a car. And the only difference is walking to and from the bus stop, which is not far. So, yeah, it's healthier. Even catching buses is better exercise for you. Just walking that short distance, I can see the difference in this person. I haven't said anything, and I wouldn't. I don't know if they've been able to notice or not.
If you're a good friend, you tell them about the problems you're seeing.
No.
Yes.
How many good friends do you have, Patrick?
I have always kept a very small circle of friends because you trust people more that way.
No, I mean, it's not, okay, it's just that then they're not, you know, heading towards heart disease next week or anything. I don't mean that. But just that I've known this person for quite some time, and they've always been slim. And the only difference in their life that I know about is the driver's license in the car, as opposed to catching the bus. And they're just not as slim as they have been for the entire time I've known them. And that seems to be the only change. So
I have observed that people in dense urban environments tend to be more physically fit than people in suburban environments.
That's true.
Everything's so much closer, you can walk everywhere. Well, in suburban environments, it takes 2 to 3 times as long to walk somewhere. It's so sprawled out.
I was raised in Stamford, Connecticut, fairly upscale community. I live in Seymour, which is blue collar, ex-factory town. You can look at a person practically and know where they're from, what area they're from, and I don't know how to put it, but they take care of themselves more. They're more educated. They eat better foods and things. And the people in the blue collar, you know, they're just hanging out and they're drinking the beer and they're eating the donuts and whatever. They don't eat as well. That's just a fact. Not all, but in general, they don't seem to eat as well. They don't seem to pay any attention. that much of attention if they're growing. I don't know what the life, I don't know. But,
well, you know, I mean, that's a point. I just thought about my my friend, and I have not been in the car with this person, but for all I know, they're doing lots of drive-through eating now that they can. That would make a difference. I don't know. I'd have to ask them, are you doing drive-through food now?
Are they staying up later now because they can go out later? Because
I don't know.
When you stay up later, you get hungrier. You just tend to eat more when there's more daylight.
I don't know. I haven't been stalking this person or anything. It's just that that's the only difference I know in their life recently, and you can physically see a difference in them. So, yeah, maybe they think their clothes are shrinking or something. I don't know. Oh, my clothes shrink at the wash. Yeah. But yeah, no, but that could be something else too. I know, like my ex from years ago was fit and everything when I met him. Probably quite a similar build to you, Patrick. And then he got, and we were like the high school sweetheart thing, right? So we didn't have cars when we first got together. So yeah. But then once he got the driver's license in the car, yeah, I mean, you know, you have Jenny Craig, right?
Yeah.
He's been on and off Jenny Craig and Weight Watchers this whole time, and he can't drive past a drive-through without getting a burger. He just
you got all frozen.
eats all the time. He can't drive without. Oh, am I?
You're starting to.
Hello?
You're starting to lag a bit, but we can still hear you.
I'm getting laggy. But I'm just saying, yeah, so people who drive all the time can get lazy and eat drive-through food. I've just never been one for it. Like I'm, you know, I drive, and when I have a car, and I don't know. I like to really concentrate on the road. I don't actually have music. I don't have the radio on or anything because I want to be able to concentrate on the road and not the radio. I can have music going. That's fine because I don't need to concentrate on what that person's saying, you know. I don't eat or drink when I'm driving or anything else. I'm just driving. I like to not have car accidents. Actually, that's the same thing. It's the thing about that ex too. He totaled every car we ever had. I don't know what he's like now, but he certainly did back then.
You tend to get better
Not my problem anymore.
with more practice. So maybe he's really good at totaling cars now.
Yeah. Mm. So anyway, we've established driving makes you fat and lazy.
Well, you see, you got to understand the American system. In the American system, you drive to work. You're not going to walk. Come on, give me a break. You're not going to walk outside. What you do is you get in your car and you drive to the gym. And in the gym, you get in a treadmill. And then you do your little exercise thing in the treadmill. And then you get in your car and you drive.
That is so true, and I hate that. And it's like, why are you jogging inside? It's so nice out. Go outside.
It doesn't make
Jog
any
outside
sense.
while it's nice out. I understand when it's like 100% humidity and it's 80 or it's like 98 degrees. Okay, I can understand wanting to jog inside on a treadmill where it's air conditioning. But while it's 60 and 70 out right now, oh man, you should be outside, man.
Yeah, I've never been to a gym in my life kind of thing. But I understand why people go, you know, if they want to do the bodybuilding, they have a gym buddy to encourage each other. They're training for marathons, you know, rah, rah, rah. But why don't they ride their bicycle to the gym? Because that's part of the training. Why are they driving their cars?
I know.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Right?
It should be running to the gym or for your warm up, you know, or
Right.
riding your bike. And then riding or running home is your cool down. What the hell are you doing in your car going to the gym? That just seems cray.
I know. That's what. Yesterday I was thinking of the exact same thing because there's a gym on site of my apartment complex, and they just renovated it, so it's all nice equipment now. But I've just recently started trying to use it again. But anyways, I went to get my car repaired, and whenever I do that, I put my bike rack on my car, and I put my bike on the car so that I can leave my car there, and then just go bike around for the day, and then come back. And so I dropped my car off. I biked back home. I went to the gym, and then I biked back to get my car, and it was the perfect workout because you had a run up and a run down and weight and training in the middle.
I know more than one person. You see them in the supermarket, right? The parking lot. They will drive around for 20 minutes to get a parking space right in front of the store. And you look in the back, there's a whole bunch of empty spaces. Just park your car where it's empty and then walk to the freaking, and you're only walking like 50 feet.
My fat ex would do that. I'd be like, well, can you just drop me off? I'll go and do the shopping. By the time you find a park close enough for you, I'll be done. You can just pick me up and drive off.
Yeah, that's what my mom and dad do. My mom will go in and do the shopping. My dad will drive around in the car waiting for her to come out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But he'd rather do that than walk. And it's like, but you're on Jenny Craig, right? Like, anyway, it doesn't matter. You can see why this didn't work.
Or there's the people who have like the salads, but they put like an entire bottle of salad dressing on it. And it's like, that's totally not going to help me.
One of his problems, and as I said, I don't know what he's like now. I assume he's still the same, but he could eat well. He could eat properly all day, but he's a sleepwalker. He has been a sleepwalker since he was a child.
Put a lot
and yeah, he would eat a tub of butter asleep.
I can eat a tub of peanut butter just sitting down, but I usually have it with carrots and apples.
Just butter.
I would not
just
eat
butter.
No, I don't like butter just by itself.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen like athletes who will down like an entire stick of butter while they're in the middle of like a marathon or something. Like, I understand that because they need the pure calories to keep going. But no.
Yeah.
But like butter tea. Butter tea is really popular in the Himalayas.
Butter tea.
Yeah. Usually it's yak butter tea though, so it's not so great.
I had a buttered rum once. It was okay, but I wouldn't have it again. It was like, I think we're at the theater or something.
I've been trying to put more butter and stuff on my foods so I can gain weight. Hasn't helped any.
Yeah, no, butter's good to an extent, but if you're already fat, you don't want to eat a tub of it.
Yeah. I mean, you can still be skinny and have horrible health, but like I know vegetarians who survive primarily on junk food, and they're quite like hefty. It's like, how can you be vegetarian and not be skinny? It's like, well, I don't eat very many vegetables. You eat a lot of fried food or something. Like, there was a guy in high school that was a vegetarian. I just thought it odd that he didn't have the vegetarian look.
Yeah, no, I know some vegetarians who are alcoholics, so they're chunky because of the sugar they consume in wine and beer and stuff. Yeah. It's like, oh, but it's. I checked that it's always vegetarian, like vegan. No, alcohol.
No fish bladders.
Yeah, that exactly.
Fish bladder filters.
Yeah, that's Guinness does that. Yeah, I mean, I can have the occasional beer, but I don't go, oh, wow, this is vegetarian. I'm going to have 20 beers.
I think I only had like 10 beers last year, and that was it.
Yeah, no, I don't drink much. I probably
gave up after I got drunk sick at this party a year or so ago.
Yeah.
I don't drink beer, but I did drink alcohol for many years. And the problem is, once you have a couple of shots, all of a sudden your sense goes off, so to speak. Oh, you just can't put it down. Hey, put another one down. And there you go, 20 shots, and you're crawling on the floor, and I don't know how many calories you consume.
This guy had a yearly party or whatever, and he has a bar in his hobby train room, like a fully stocked bar in his hobby train room. So once a year, he has a party called Mike's Train Room, and he invites all of his friends over. And the first time I went on an empty stomach, and so I was getting drunk quicker than I should have been. The second time I went, I was overly confident because I'd eaten a lot beforehand, and I was like, I'm gonna be good this time. And then people just kept giving me more and more new drinks, and I knew I shouldn't drive home, so I was like, oh, just sleep on the couch, it's fine. And then as soon as I sat down, when I sat down, I was fine. But as soon as I laid down, I was like, oh, and I puked all over his floor. Luckily, he had tile, so it wasn't so bad. But I said I would never drink again. And they were like, oh, no, everybody says that. You'll be back. And it was like, nope. I think I had some at Christmas, and that was about it.
Yeah, I have a similar kind of story, but I'll tell you it off the air.
Well, it's nearing 10 o'clock.
You know it's bad if I won't say it on here.
Okay, what I can do. We're nearing 10 o'clock. Well, I don't know. Mike's still watching us. He's the only viewer. Well, we got 2 viewers. Okay. I guess we'll have to keep it not safe for work. NSFW or whatever.
Hey, whatever happened to our webmaster?
Aaron Law.
Is it Jason?
Oh, Aaron Law.
Aaron Law, yeah.
I haven't. I send him a message every once in a while because my Science Island is on his server.
Yeah.
And he sometimes forgets. I see him post a couple of times on Google Plus. Never saw him on Facebook. He was sick for a while, I know. Mm-hmm. I'm going to guess he's always been involved in his church, so I'm just going to guess he's just gone offline, so to speak.
Yeah.
He's got some medical issues, so that's really part of it.
Okay, and then where is our Canadian friend?
He's
Dale, yeah.
Well, he's every once in a while he's on the chat room in This Week in Science. Dale Poco, Dale Poco or something.
Okay.
But during the day he's doing rescue work. He's an engineer at a TV station. He's climbing towers, and he's raising 3 daughters. Plus, he has his big workroom out in the back of his house. So he's probably just busy.
And he homeschools his kids too.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
So that's a big job.
I mean, I don't know how in the world he can keep a regular job, climbing towers, and then do all that rescue work. He teaches rescue training now. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I was wondering where everybody had gone to. So.
And AJ, is he still climbing mountains or is he back?
I don't know. I think I might be responsible for him not showing up.
Oh, why?
I tried to get him a job at NASA, and he got it, but he wasn't happy about the terms. And then so that's the last I saw him, really. Oh, he was on here once after that, but that was slightly after his mountain climbing expedition thing.
He just got back on Facebook.
Oh, you got him a job at NASA, and he didn't like the terms, and so that's why he's not on here.
I don't know, maybe. That's what I thought it was at first. That's pretty much when he dropped off.
That seems a bit strange.
Mike in the chat room says, "Hi, Ed. In one of these Science Island hangouts, Patrick talked about not jogging because his side hurts. But when I gave a urine sample for work, what? But when I gave a urine sample for work, and it was thick, she said, I bet your kidneys hurt. I was hydrated, so Patrick should drink water." Okay.
No, I drink plenty of water. It's something I've had. It's another affliction that I know what it is. It's not that. It's not me.
I have to drink a lot of water. I've had a urinary infection. And if I get another one, the antibiotics won't work. So I drink a lot of water.
Yeah, I know there's this cord that goes up through my hip or whatever that all guys have, but mine tends to get inflamed. And so it rubs up against stuff. And so that's what cramps up. But it does not do the same thing while I'm biking because it's not moving as much, I guess. I'm a sprinter. I'm not like a long distance runner or anything. So I can have really short bursts of really quick speed. But then if I keep trying to go, then I'll start to cramp up. So.
That's another big improvement for most of the people I know is keeping hydrated. I mean, some of them buying stupid bottled water, but very expensive water. But there's something, people seem to really understand the need for staying hydrated.
Yeah, I know. I had a friend who just had a couple of kidney stones because he wasn't staying hydrated. I was teasing him, saying it was all the beer he was drinking, but I just needed to drink more water.
Now, I'm not going to say I experienced the same degree of pain as Pamela giving birth, but I passed the kidney stone, and I got to tell you, it was not fun.
No, yeah, I've been told that kidney stones are the equivalent of giving birth. So,
I haven't heard it's the equivalent. I've heard of it's a very similar style of pain, but it's not the equivalent.
Yeah. Oh, well, Chelsea's dad he's had 2 kidney stones removed by surgery 26 years apart or something like, no, one was when he was 26 and one was when he was about 44. So sorry, what's that? 18 years apart. And he was very quick to tell me, well, I've been through this pain with my kidney stones. That wasn't really helpful to me while I was in labor.
Well, if you
for
got
48
it removed
hours.
by surgery, then it's not the same pain. So if it's going out the natural way, that's the pain that they're talking about.
Yeah, no, he's when he was 26, that one was like this big, and he's got a scar that's bigger than my cesarean section scar. They had to nearly cut him in half to get it out. But yeah, like it wasn't a really great time for him to be telling me that, as if that was supposed to make me feel better, as I screamed in agony. But anyway, and then he had one, as I said, a couple of years ago. It was much smaller, and I don't think he's even got much of a scar at all from that one.
Right.
But what he didn't have to pass them, but what gave him pain was it, like, so he was bungee jumping in New Zealand, and he kind of had an ache, but nothing really major, and then the bungee jump dislodged it. So it was actually probably he thought it was a bad thing at the time, but it was probably a good thing, because if it hadn't dislodged it and caused him agonizing pain, which required surgery, it could have gotten, like, as I said, it was already that big. He lost 20% of one kidney as it was, and if he hadn't gone bungee jumping, he could have lost the whole kidney, because it would have kept getting bigger and bigger over time. So go bungee jumping, people. It'll dislodge things that are a problem, and then you can deal with them before they get even worse. But he hadn't thought of it that way. He's like, oh, if I hadn't been bungee jumping, it might have been all right. And it's like, no, dude, it would have gotten worse, and he would have lost the whole kidney. So it was a good thing.
It could kill you in something like that. I mean, you're not going to pass anything. It's going to cease functioning. You're going to die. Could die.
That's right. So he thought it was a bad thing at the time, but I was like, well, no, Chelsea wouldn't exist because he would have died before we met.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yup.
Hello, Mommy.
Hello, Chelsea.
I'll do it. It's mine.
That's all yours.
Mike, let's see, am I muted? Okay. Mike in the chat room said that on her deathbed, birthing for her was no pain. That's what his mother said. So. I don't know how many mothers agree, but well, you know that story earlier, though.
My mom liked being pregnant. She's said this many times. She almost carried someone else's kid. My dad was against it, though.
I love being pregnant. I could be pregnant forever.
She doesn't have any memory. She had a cesarean section for, I think, everybody, but she didn't have any memory of any pain or anything. Like, she totally forgot the whole giving birth thing of it.
Think about
the cesarean is fine.
Yeah, think about it when women were baby factories back in, prior to 1950, let's say, when your job was to have babies. And I had one, my cousin's husband, his father was a pastor, and he was one of 19 or 13, I forget which, but still, that's a lot. So think of when women were just baby factories. Ugh.
Yeah, but women like me who evidently can't give birth naturally, we would have just died. So I wouldn't have been a baby factory. I just would have, Chelsea and I'd be dead. So, because there was no, people weren't doing cesareans. So, and I wouldn't go through, not that I'm having any more, but I wouldn't go through the pain again because I'd just be booking in for a cesarean straight up. Whereas I spent 48 hours trying to give birth naturally first, 30 without drugs, and then 18 apparently with drugs. But it didn't really feel any different. It didn't work. So,
Okay. I know.
In the 50s, I would be dead. Yeah, come
on. I know Justin Jackson's wife gave birth in a tube or something, in water.
At home. Yeah, the second time she did,
I don't know if it was in a hospital or not. It might have been at home. At home. So
yeah.
So if you're going to do that, you must have a very good idea that you're not going to need a cesarean.
Yeah, well, that was her second child. No, that was her second child. And besides, Justin said he could drive into the hospital within 5 minutes if there were complications. So, yeah. But she'd already given birth. She knows everything works. So if there was any, if there's any emergency, they could have gotten to the hospital in time anyway. It would have been fine. Whereas I'd never done it before, and I've only done it the once. Obviously, my bits don't work. Because what happened with me, I think I've discussed this before, but my cervix just didn't open. It wasn't even in the right spot.
They can't tell in advance. They can't tell in advance that you may need.
No, not for me. No. Not for everyone. Some of my friends have had, they've been able to tell, like on the last scan, that we're going to actually make you have a cesarean, and they were disappointed. But no, there was nothing wrong with me. So I gave birth backwards. You have when you talk about your water breaking, you have a front water and a back water, 2 lots. And so what most people talk about is the front water breaking, right? And then you do all the pushing and everything, and the back water is, imagine like a water balloon bursting. It's supposed to burst and give you the last push out. But my stupid body, the back water broke first. And so I'm trying to push it. So my cervix was closed because I didn't go through labor the right way. My cervix wasn't even down there. It was floating around up here somewhere. And my front water, it eventually broke. I eventually broke that pushing. But so most women are pushing against that. You see how there's an opening? I was pushing against that, plus a bag of water in front that most women have already broken by then. So I gave myself a hernia pushing. That's how hard I was pushing. So anyway, and
finding a way to tell in advance would be, because I have read, I don't know what the reason, that there's more women giving cesarean birth now than in the past. There was an upward trend at some point. Mm-hmm. And so I would think, I expect research being done, if there's some way you could tell in advance.
For some, yeah. I think more people who have artificial insemination end up having cesareans, statistically. So, but I mean, mine was all spontaneous, the old-fashioned way. But there was, my water broke. My first lot of water broke on the 4th of April, and she was born on the 6th. And my last checkup was the 1st of April, and everything was fine.
It was the birds, Mummy.
It was the birds, was it? Yeah. So there was no way to predict that.
She doesn't sound Australian.
I know, everyone says that. She has not been around. It is a gecko. She has not been around a British accent full time since she was 7 months old. And she freaking sounds British.
She sounds she sounds like a posh Brit too.
I know. Like, she says dance. I'm like, what the hell? I say dance. Yeah, I know. She looks like her dad. She sounds like her dad. I got nothing in there. And
not a daddy anymore.
yeah, and he
I'm not a daddy
dropped out of the
anymore.
equation when she was 7 months old.
I'm
It's
not
not
a
fair.
daddy anymore.
You are. You're half dad, half 50% daddy.
I'm a big girl.
You're a big girl, and you're 50% mummy, and you're 100% Chelsea.
But that's impossible.
That's the way it is. I think you got my brain though, and my sleeping habits, so that's the main thing.
But I sleep with my dolls.
You do sleep with your dolls. I didn't mean that I sleep with dolls. But your daddy sleeps as much as he can, and you sleep as little as possible, like me.
Daddy's not asleep.
He probably is asleep at the moment because it's about 3 o'clock in the morning there.
I'm not supposed not to talk to Daddy.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I get told that all the time. But then, you know, we went out with some British friends the other day. I mean, they're Australian now, don't get me wrong, they're Australian citizens, but they're originally from Britain. And they thought when they first met me that I was British.
I am Australian.
Because
this is it.
you are Australian, I know, honey, you were born here. Because I articulate what I say, whereas most Australians are like, hey, g'day, mate, how's it going? Yeah. And I sound like that when I'm drunk or really tired. But most of the time, yeah, most of the
Daddy's in Australia.
Daddy's in England. Most of the time, I
Daddy's in
speak
England.
properly.
Daddy's
So I've had British people ask me which part of England I was born. I'm like,
He went inside.
yeah,
He went inside here.
yeah, but I don't think I sound British.
He went to the bathroom.
Well, yeah, okay.
He just went to the bathroom.
Who went to the bathroom?
He was just
Changing the subject slightly, I'm interested in this homeschooling experience and the school you're going to. Now, Chelsea is 3. So you're bringing
Nearly,
Chelsea
couple of
nearly.
paper on my finger.
weeks.
So this
Yeah, it should be 3 in a couple of.
Paper on my finger.
the preschool you're bringing her to, is that a collection of mothers and each is contributing a part, or is that, do you have actual teachers, if you will?
Oh no, we get together with other people who homeschool, but it's not set curriculum or teachers. You mean like on a Friday afternoon? Have you seen me post about that? Yeah, no, we get together with other homeschoolers of all ages, just to hang out, socialize.
She's very young, obviously. But I was thinking of the
We go to play group once a week as well. Yeah.
setting the agenda for a homeschool. What's going to be studied, what's not going to be studied. Now, Chelsea's not reached that point, I would presume, certainly. Or as you say, she's just going and interacting with other kids, etc. But how do you visualize when she's 5 or 6? Will she be going to some sort of homeschool? Will you be homeschooling her yourself at home?
I'm homeschooling her. Yeah, I'm homeschooling her myself.
Okay.
You don't go to a homeschool.
Well, I thought you could get a collection of people.
Yeah.
You could have 3 or 4 or 5 different mothers, and maybe they each know a little bit about something different, and so they collectively become the teachers at the school.
And how old school of you to say a collection of mothers is a collection of parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah, we get together, but yeah, mainly by ourselves, and we'll get them together and do that too. As she gets older, like I'm only fluent in English, so if she wants to become fluent in another language, which is good, then she'll have to get that from someone else, which is fine. But there's curriculum that you can do online as well. So mainly I'll be teaching her my own curriculum, but then there's a basic chart of what she should be learning when, and I'll make sure that she's hitting those targets. Well, she'll be exceeding those targets.
Well, with that, in that environment, that homeschool environment in Australia, at some point, does the child have to pass a test from the government to show that they are reaching. Okay, so there will be some sort of formal testing that she will have to go through. Okay.
Yep.
I'm not daddy.
But how she gets there is none of their business. You know, she doesn't.
I'm Australia.
I know it's Australian, honey.
But I'm not
For
daddy.
all the Australian government cares, she could be injecting her with nanobots, and it could be artificially increasing her intelligence.
I'm
Yeah.
Princess Mommy.
Yeah, how you get
That's a
there
good
is none of their
point.
as long as you get there. So, like, and I mean, that's more. It's a child safety issue to make sure that I'm teaching her properly, that she's meeting their targets and passing their exams, and she's not just, you know, sitting home watching Days of Our Lives or something.
But
So-
she would have to go to a school of some sort. She would have to go, because
No,
otherwise,
it's all online.
if it's online, then how do you know it's Chelsea who's doing the answering? Maybe you're taking the test for her.
Well, how did I get my law degree online?
One.
Well, law degree is one thing. We're talking about teaching a child.
Why is it?
That's like college.
Yeah.
At college, we're talking about adults. Here, we're talking about a child's education. We're talking about the state wanting to be ensured that each child reaches a
The
certain.
state wants that. Yeah, and the state requires that when you become a lawyer too, that you reach a certain level. And they
Yeah, but
use-
didn't you have to go? Didn't you have to go to a test? Didn't you have to actually go to a school with moderators or something and take tests there?
yeah, she'll have to do exams, but that'll be under my supervision.
It's a monster.
Yeah, but they use the same software. There's Blackboard Collaborate, which is the software that uni uses, and then the homeschool stuff uses that as well, the distance education. And there's another one called MOOCs, MOOCs. So that's like Coursera use them as well. So the technology is there. Yeah, and you can have webcam facial recognition to ensure that she is the person sitting the exam online. That all exists now. And that's what we do.
They also have.
That's interesting. Facial
I've seen
recognition.
this. No, they also have text pattern recognition. Like I had that when I was taking a course there. Yeah. Just the speed and rate at which you type stuff in, they can base that on who you are.
Yeah, that's like a signature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like the idea of the child dictating the pace of learning.
Yeah, but I mean, if she's not keeping up, I'll be forced to put her in school, but
Okay.
she'll be fine. She's smarter than me already.
Yeah, I'm already reading about how the college education itself having less value. The end goal not being, I'm going to get a student loan for hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever. Then I'm going to go to college, get my degree, and then I'm going looking for a job. I'm reading more about people in that age bracket, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, whatever, reaching a point where they're educated enough, have enough technical training, and get the job and not worry about getting a degree.
Depends what field you're trying to get into.
Yeah, I kind of want doctors to still get degrees.
Hi, bud.
Yeah. I don't really care if an engineer has a degree or not. There are,
Until the building collapses.
no, I mean, not that kind of, okay. Maybe civil engineers should still do whatever. But I mean, like small scale engineers, they can do rapid prototyping and get something that'll work just fine. But I know there's like, to be certain engineers, you have to take similar tests that would be like the equivalent of the bar for that career before you can get certified by the city or the state or whatever. So I wouldn't really care if they went to school as long as they passed the test and did whatever.
The certification that counts, not the degree.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact that certifications don't count for squat, because you can have someone who has like 20,000 certifications, but they don't know shit about doing their job. But there's people who don't have the certifications and they know way more than the people that have all of the certifications. Because they never had to bother doing the certs, they just spent all their time learning on the job to get stuff done.
That's it, on the job training. That was the method that I went through in the 40s, 50s, even to the 60s. You got the job based on your grades in school and that sort of stuff, and they interviewed you, but you learned your job while you were working. And that gradually drifted away because companies didn't want to spend the money to be training people. They wanted to hire people who already could do the job. So
yeah, but I think that's backfired on people, on companies, because the colleges aren't training them for what is in the job. They're just giving them meaningless BS information that has no pertainment to anything specific. It's all, I mean, Union Pacific, the rail company, would rather train someone straight out of high school for 6 months or a year or whatever, and have them on a contract that says you're going to stick with us for a certain amount of time after we finish training you, than they would get a college graduate. Because according to Union Pacific, I mean, besides like their engineering, like straight up engine, like actual engineers, not like someone who's driving the train engineer. It's better if they just train them straight up, because then they'll know exactly what they need to know and nothing else. And they can train them in shorter periods of time.
And wouldn't the ability to have multiple skills, the ability to have a flexible education as opposed to specializing, depending on what field you're going into. You're going to be a doctor, you got to specialize. You're going to be a lawyer, you got to specialize. But for a lot of other jobs, you don't want to spend 4 years and a whole bunch of money on something, if you're not going to be able to use it and make a career. So you want to have something flexible.
Most of these companies don't care what your degree is. You spend all this money learning a specific trait or skill, and you decide that, oh, I don't want to do that anymore, but since I have a bachelor's, I can pretty much go do whatever I want. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, the test should be, it's all, what can you do? Show me what you can do. I presume that would be the best test for anybody in any job. You're going for the job, and
it's not show me what you can do. It's show me your capacity to learn on the fly and figure stuff out as you go. That's what people need. That's the skill set people need. It's not that people need a certain skill set for, I mean, every job you have to be able to learn on the fly. There are very few jobs where you don't encounter, maybe an assembly line worker doesn't need to learn new stuff. They just learn the one thing that they do over and over and get really good at that. But that's,
Your job keeps changing all the time. So you need new skill sets all the time. One of the reasons I don't care. Not going to affect me. The coming robot revolution is I envision people being able to work at what they want to do as opposed to what they actually have to do at some point. And the robots will take all the dumb, stupid, boring jobs and less of the creative, interesting jobs. That's my hope for the robot revolution. Gonna ask Pamela questions. I see she's playing there with Chelsea.
Yeah, no, you can ask her. She's on the scooter that I built last week.
Are you worried about Chelsea's future that some robot's going to be taking all the jobs from poor old Chelsea?
No, I've never worried about that.
Because then she'll just be fixing the robots. I was like, so what? We'll just be more productive as a species. There won't be fewer jobs.
Oh yeah, we got to get into space. Once we get into space, everything opens up. I think you have space for a habitat and mining, and then you have simple space exploration. For instance, if you're looking for a habitat, the moon's the easiest. Maybe Mars is pretty easy. But if you're looking for something interesting, I want to see a dynamic environment like Enceladus, Euros, Europa, places like that. They've got a dynamic environment. And I don't care about Mars so much anymore. And been there, done that for the most part, as far as I'm concerned. I want to get out to Enceladus and Europa. You know, these planets that have got oceans underneath them, and there's an environment going on.
Mars has an environment.
We got a rover on it already, just roaming around it. I mean, it's a dead planet.
On it right now.
I can't remember all the different moons, but there is a moon where it's covered, but they know
Europa.
there are several oceans underneath.
Europa.
And the oceans, Europa, and the oceans interact with one another. That's a far more interesting place to me than Mars.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't go explore other parts of the solar system. I'm saying it's ridiculous to think we know everything about Mars already when we don't even know everything about Earth. And each planet is going to have almost an infinite amount of things to learn about.
Yeah, you're right.
So to say that because we have a robot on Mars, that there's no jobs on Mars anymore because we have a robot there is ridiculous. There's plenty of more things we can learn about Mars and get other robots to do or have humans do on Mars. It's the same excuse that you hear over and over again about automation in the workplace. So like, oh, it's taking over all these jobs. Like, no, it's not. It's just freeing up people to do other tasks.
If we're talking about interesting science, from my perspective, I would look at the places that have the most dynamic environment. I would see, in terms of habitat building, the moon and then Mars, absolutely. And yes, we can learn more about Mars. We know very little. But if I want to see the really, really dynamic, interesting environments in our solar system. So I'm more interested in finding out what's happening in Europa and the Ceres and Europe.
Yeah, but when you say habitat, you really mean an environment.
Yeah.
Because habitat is someplace that something lives. And so if you're building a habitat, you want to have it in a place that has as few variables to account for as possible. And really Mars or the moon are going to be those variables. You don't want to go somewhere that's active like Io and try and build a colony.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, right. What else have we got here? Europe is banning pesticides for bees.
Good.
No more in Europe.
More banning of things.
How about a tree on a chip? Happen to read that? I posted
that. Is that about pumping water for eons?
Well, let me go there. I can put the link in case you guys want to look at the story yourself. All right. Here we go. Passively pumps water for days. Tree on a chip. Okay. Microfluid pump inspired by the way trees move. MIT again. designed a microfluid device which mimics the pumping mechanisms of trees and plants. Chip operates passively, requiring no moving parts or external pumps. It is able to pump water and sugar through a chip at a steady pace. May be leveraged as a simple hydraulic accentuator for small robots. Engineers have found it difficult and expensive when we're talking about tiny robots. Okay. The goal of the work is cheap complexity. Easy to add another leaf or channel to a tree. Blah, blah, blah. What did they do here? So let's see. They explained exactly what they did. Blah, blah, blah. They identify, okay, a third essential to a tree's pumping system. Its leaves. The model includes the additional source of sugars that diffuse from the leaves into the plant's phylum, increasing the sugar-water ingredient. To make the chip, researchers sandwiched together two plastic sides through which they drilled small channels to represent two parts of the leaf, X, Y, LEM, and PHLOEM. They filled one channel with water and the other channel with water and sugar. They separated the two sides into a semi-permeable material to mimic the membrane between these two materials. They placed another membrane over the side containing the phylum channel and set a sugar cube on top to represent the additional sugar. They hooked the chip up to a tube. Voila, they get it flowing, passively pumping water from the tank, from one area to the other. Okay. Let's see. Cancer mutations, random. Most cancer mutations due to random DNA copying mistakes. Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, new study proving evidence that random, unpredictable DNA copying mistakes account for nearly 2/3 of the mutations that cause cancer. Don't make any difference what you do. You got the wrong DNA, you're in trouble. The research is grounded in novel mathematical model. Okay. Well known that we must avoid environmental factors such as smoking, decreasing the risk of cancer. It is not known that each time a normal cell divides and copies its DNA to produce two new cells, it makes multiple mistakes. Well, we do know that. These copying mistakes are a potent source of cancer mutations that historically have been scientifically undervalued. Newer provides the first estimates of the fraction of mutations caused by these DNA copying mistakes. We need to encourage people. However, many people will still develop cancer due to these random copying errors, and better methods to detect all cancers early while they are still curable are urgently needed. So we're talking about better understanding and looking at and monitoring in some way, shape, or form these DNA copying errors. Now, let's see, anything else? See, they believe the answer to these questions. It is that cancer often strikes people who follow all the rules of healthy living. Okay, and they believe the answer is random DNA copying errors. I don't think that doesn't sound particularly like something we didn't know. However, maybe they've come up with a system of better monitoring these particular DNA copying errors. Generally takes 2 or more critical gene mutations for cancers to occur. In a person, these mutations can be due to random copying errors and environment, inherited genes. Knowing this, they use the mathematical model. Okay, the math. Critical numbers. 70% of them are due to simple random copying errors. 18% to environmental factors, and the remaining 5% to heredity. So if we want to tackle what is causing the most cancers, we've got to learn more about these random copying errors. To me means we've got to be able to examine our DNA of a child perhaps, and maybe even the DNA of an embryo, and look for these random copying errors. And then you've got to be able to tell what these random copying errors predispose you to. So for 23% of the time, no matter what for 77% of the time, doesn't make a bit of difference what kind of your lifestyle or anything else you can smoke. The big thing is these random copying errors. All right. There you go. Smoke and drink all you want.
You're no doctor.
I mean, in 5 years, the new medicine is probably going to completely rewrite 90%, 50% of everything we know now. And a whole bunch of stuff we're doing now, 5 to 10 years, are going to say, you dummies, that's not how you go about solving this problem.
I think we'll find that the majority of the drugs we have that we think do stuff don't actually do anything.
Yeah. Yep. Might do more harm than good. You remember there was a Woody Allen movie. I can't remember the name of it.
Never seen it.
And yeah, that's where he had a simple operation and he went into a coma. They put him in a capsule or something. And then 50, 100 years later, they open up the capsule, they cured him. And then they discovered that smoking and drinking and everything else helps you. Here, the first thing they gave him was a cigarette. Here, we got to make you healthy. Have a cigarette.
Sounds like idiocracy to me.
Yeah, I never know.
Well, it's getting towards my bedtime.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go and I'm gonna make lunch.
All right. I am going to go and make dinner, sort of. What are we gonna have? I don't know what I'm gonna have.
All right.
The one thing I do know,
Okay.
I'm not gonna make it myself. It's gotta be something I throw in a burner. Bye bye, Chelsea.
Bye, Chelsea.
Bye bye, Chelsea. Chelsea says it's time to go. We can go.
Apparently, she's my boss.
Bye bye.
All right. See you all next